keep that in mind, though, and see how things go during the week.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anybody else? Anything to? Right, thank you very much. Mr. Harrison, would you like to read your recognition to us?
Okay. I first encountered the Old Royal High as a teenager, seeing it from Canongate Kirk, and I was struck by the way it presented itself on the hill, and I've loved the school ever since. So I objected to the development proposals on the grounds that the height of the wings would dominate the existing building. Today I'll focus on two buildings that were later additions to the playgrounds and are now earmarked for demolition to accommodate the new wings. And I'll refer to the heritage statement put together by the architectural historian Andrew P.K. Wright. Regarding the former gymnasium, the statement tells us the clarity and authenticity of Hamilton's original concept is affected by its inclusion on the site. And the one-storey gate lodge adds demonstrably to the clutter around the perimeter of the site. So, logically, does it not follow that the larger proposed extensions will have a greater detrimental impact on the integrity of the original concept, adding much more inauthentic clutter to the site? Now, is there a particular aspect of Hamilton's concept that would be marred by multi-storey building? In the heritage document, the striking horizontality of Hamilton's design is referred to throughout, and I'll quote, "The horizontality is emphasised by the use of channelled masonry, the walls emphasising the horizontality of the design. The conditions of the site demanded a structure which the horizontal line should predominate. Hamilton shaped the site to provide the horizontal emphasis that he sought. The terraces reinforce the overt horizontality of the design and the imposing horizontality visible not only in his drawings, but in the longer views towards the site. The heritage document tells us the former gymnasium is at odds with the harmonious horizontality and scale of Hamilton's principal elevation, with its windows displaying an uncomfortable verticality which seems at odds with the need for the building to appear more horizontal. So again, logically, wouldn't the 4- and 5-storey extensions also be at odds with this horizontality, diminishing a feature of architectural interest? Are, in fact, the reasons being deployed for the demolition of A-listed buildings the same reasons that the development should not go ahead? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Mr. Steele, would you have
No
any
questions, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you.
Mr. Innes, we move on to the case for the RHSPT. Would you
Yes.
like a few minutes to install your witness?
Yes, sir. Mr. Little will be the first witness, and he will need a brief introduction to the document management system behind him to enable him to get documents, should it be necessary. So if we could have 5 minutes just for him to settle himself in and get accustomed with those documents.
Thank you. Okay, are you settled, Mr.
I am, thank you.
Little?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Over to you, Mr. Innes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Little. You have your precognition. It's relatively short. I'm therefore going to invite you to read your precognition, please. I will stop you at a couple of occasions where I understand there's some updates. But if you could just proceed to now read your precognition, please, Mr. Little.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Colin Liddle. I've been a qualified solicitor in Scotland since 1980 and senior partner of Jane H. Mitchell WS in Pitlochry in Aberfeldy since 1997. And I've been an accredited specialist in charity law since that accreditation was introduced by the Law Society of Scotland in 2001. I've been a trustee of Dunard Fund since 1994 and of the Royal High School Preservation Trust since its inception in 2015. I've been a director of a number of companies and a trustee of other charities. I wish to explain how both Dunard Fund and the Royal High School Preservation Trust are to develop an important opportunity to create a new national music school for Scotland at the iconic former Royal High School buildings, and thereby identifying and establishing a suitable and sustainable reuse which would have national benefit. My evidence provides to the inquiry a record of the decision-making which has been taken to date. It's acknowledged that the Council, the current owners of the buildings, have existing contractual arrangements with a third party. Dunard Fund is a Scottish charity number SC046889, established by a Scottish Guarantee Company incorporated on 29 September 2016. If you'll forgive me, I don't think we need the rest of that paragraph. There are currently 6 trustees of Dunard Fund, of whom I am one. Dunard Fund receives funding from a successful privately owned family business, Edmondson Electrical, on a regular, usually annual basis. And as a grant-making charity, it distributes those funds, also on a regular basis, in line with its purposes. Dunard Fund's purposes: in line with its objective to promote and advance the arts in Scotland, Dunard Fund makes donations principally for the training and performance of classical music at the highest standard, the education and display of visual arts at an international standard, and the rehabilitation of endangered architectural masterpieces and the design and construction of new architectural masterpieces. Dunard Fund has a number of principal or significant beneficiaries, including Edinburgh International Festival, the Scottish Chamber Orchestra, the Royal High School Preservation Trust, and now Impact Scotland. Over the years, Dunard Fund has given in excess of 100 million in donations in furtherance of its purposes. Currently, Dunard Fund holds assets in excess of 60 million, and a large part of this total is earmarked for 2 current significant projects. One to the Royal High School Preservation Trust for preservation of the former Royal High School buildings, and the other to Impact Scotland for the creation of a new performance centre adjacent to St Andrew's Square. The Royal High School Preservation Trust. The former Royal High School buildings by Thomas Hamilton form one of the best examples of neoclassical architecture in Europe. When it became evident that a proposed redesign of the buildings for a hotel would have a significant adverse impact, Dunard Fund decided to act to preserve the buildings. Its decision to act falls squarely within Dunard Fund's purposes, in that these buildings are now an endangered architectural masterpiece, and Dunard Fund considers it necessary to secure their preservation and appropriate reuse. Dunard Fund therefore set up the Trust, a Scottish Charitable Guarantee Company and Scottish charity, to save the integrity of the former Royal High School buildings and to identify and establish a suitable and a sustainable reuse of the buildings. The Trust is controlled by Dunard Fund to the extent that Dunard Fund can appoint up to 5 of its trustees, and that currently it provides all funding required by the Trust. The purposes of the Trust are to conserve the history and heritage of the buildings comprising the old Royal High School, Calton Hill, Edinburgh, and to preserve those buildings for appropriate use commensurate with their history and both Category A listed and UNESCO World Heritage status. the former Raw High School building. The need to preserve the former Raw High School building is seen as paramount, both by Dwnad Fund and the Trust, to ensure a refurbishment to place the building on a 21st century footing, causing as little harm or change to the building as possible, whilst creating a viable and sensible end use. Whilst the retained and new buildings are now intended for occupation as a music school, they would work as well across a range of educational or other uses. St Mary's Music School. The school is registered as a Scottish charity under a formal name of St Mary's Music School Trust Limited. Sometime after the Trust was formed, it became clear to the Trust that the school might benefit from moving to larger premises. The school has confirmed to me that prior to this opportunity arising, it has, with assistance from its own architects, examined other options for extension or relocation. Detailed investigations were carried out both by the Trust and the school, during which the synergies of the school and these buildings were closely examined and determined. As part of this process, the school has confirmed to me that A, it was constrained within their current premises and restricted from growth. B, it had a successful track record as a school over many years. C, it has a high level of fixed costs which will be better spread by being able to place more students. D, a move to the former Raw High School site would provide more opportunity for further income streams. And E, all in all, the opportunity and very significant funding provided by Dwnad Fund through the Trust would enable the school to make the significant step change it requires to become the national music school in Scotland. The school has a highly experienced board, has its own development team, and has confirmed its decision to move to the former Raw High School buildings as soon as that opportunity would arise. As a result, the school has become the preferred occupant of the former Raw High School buildings, both for the Trust and Dwnad Fund. Work has continued on that basis between the Trust and the school, with the combined intention being to create a national music school for Scotland at the former Raw High School buildings. Planning permission for the former Raw High School buildings. Dwnad Fund has therefore provided funding to the Trust to enable it to apply for and obtain planning permission and listed building consent to convert the former Raw High School buildings into a new home for the school. Dwnad Fund has applied sufficient funding to the Trust both to carry out all work necessary to obtain planning permission and to secure all other activities of the Trust. As a result, the Trust holds funds today of approximately 1.5 million. Dwnad Fund will continue to support the Trust financially as necessary. In this respect, the Trust's quantity surveyor has estimated that costs required to create buildings intended as a music school at the former Raw High School buildings would cost in the region of 36.4 million, which is more than the total estimated by DHP. Dwnad Fund has confirmed its continued support to the Trust at least up to that level. St Mary's at the former Raw High School buildings. The intention is that the Trust would become tenant of the former Raw High School buildings, with the City of Edinburgh Council remaining as the landlord. With the Council's consent, the Trust would sublet the property to the school.
Could I just stop you there, Mr Little, and just ask a couple of supplementary points? Currently, is there any contract between the Trust and the Council?
There is no contract.
And equally, is there any contract between the Trust and the school?
There is no contract.
Thank you. And why is that?
The reason at the moment is that so far as the Trust and the Council is concerned, there is a contract which we've not been able to see between the Council and another party. So far as with the school is concerned, the three boards, that's Dwnad Fund, St Mary's and the Trust, have all been working very closely together, spending a great deal of time. Each of the boards has reached a decision that they want to proceed on this basis, and they have that commonality of interest and purpose, all in terms of their being charities and in terms of their charitable purposes.
Thank you. If you read on, please, now at 8.2.
Thank you. At 8.2, therefore, the property would be provided to St Mary's as a completed building. While St Mary's may contribute to the building costs and certainly to the fitting out costs, it is not a requirement that it does so. The school, unlike any other user, does not therefore need to seek a return on any capital expended on the buildings. The school has its own current buildings at Coates Hall, either to sell or to rent out, which will provide either capital or a regular income stream. In addition, the school has confirmed to me that it is at the start of its fundraising for this project and to create a specific endowment fund. The school has explained that it is now recruiting its development board and that it has major supporters both for the school and to continue meantime for the school to continue meantime and for its future at the former Royal High School buildings. Doonard Fund intends to commit the significant sum of £10 million to the school specifically to be part of its endowment fund, so as to secure its long-term future at the former Royal High School buildings.
Again, Mr. Little, could I just understand there what is the purpose of the words intent to commit and what's happened since?
Right. Well, I suppose the history was that the discussion amongst Doonard Fund's trustees to give £10 million to the school for its endowment fund has been in course for some time. But the decision to ratify that at a meeting of the trustees took place about the time I was writing this precognition. And I think I'm probably guilty of being a cautious lawyer in, and you've possibly met one or two of those before, in saying that it intends to commit. Because at the time I was writing this, we had not informed St Mary's of this intention. We have informed St Mary's and have given them that commitment now that upon their moving to the former Royal High School buildings, the sum of £10 million would be deposited into their endowment fund. So were I to write the precognition today, that's what I would be saying.
And if you read on into section 9, please.
Thank you. Doonard Fund support. As is evidenced, Doonard Fund is fully committed to the success of this entire project. This does not depart from Doonard Fund's other funding activities, where, as has been well publicised, it is also supporting the creation of a new performance centre at St Andrew's Square in Edinburgh. Doonard Fund has sufficient funds to meet all of its current objectives, including towards the Trust, the school and Impact Scotland. Wherever Doonard Fund has acted, it has done so in a way that ensures success through long-term relationships and a detailed understanding of each project's specific needs. In this way, Doonard Fund ensures appropriate and successful outcomes. Doonard Fund, in alliance with the Trust, intends through the latter's development of the former Royal High School buildings to enable the school to move there to provide the National Music School for Scotland. That use works well and in synergy with the objectives of Impact Scotland for the new performance centre at St Andrew's Square. Doonard Fund will have thus enabled and ensured two outstanding new venues for the performing arts for both Edinburgh and Scotland. These two venues will be complementary, and as a key benefactor of Edinburgh International Festival and Scottish Chamber Orchestra, Doonard Fund sees these two projects providing together major educational, cultural and architectural outcomes to cement Edinburgh as the true festival capital in the 21st century.
Thank you. I've just now got a couple of supplementary matters that arise from the precognition lodged on behalf of Mr. Collins. Now, in terms of the Yehudi Menuhin School, I just want to understand your understanding of its school role, please, Mr.
I think when we had the impact assessment from BOP Consulting, which is lodged in process, I think there it said it was around 80 pupils. I think the Yehudi Menuhin website refers to 83. So very similar size to St Mary's Music School and not of the size that Mr Collins referred to.
And I think the reference to that is section 4, paragraph 4.1, subparagraph 7 of Mr Collins' precognition. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes. I don't have that in front of me, but...
If Just one further matter from Mr. Collins' precondition, and that's arising from Section 5. And 5.1 is broken down into a series of Roman numerals. And the one I'd like to just raise with you is the Roman numeral 8. There's two. Shall I just read out the section and then
unless
Mr. Collins' precondition, if you want.
If you read it, if that's all right, I'm happy with that.
Okay, I think that would be quicker rather than find a document. Mr. Collins says as follows: a fundamental question, therefore, rests on whether the Dunard Fund would donate funds for all, or most of the capital costs and perhaps some of the inevitable transition costs involved in the relocation of the school to the former Royal High School site. As I have already stated, there is no solid evidence that this would be the case. Neither is there any precedent involving the Dunard Fund that a project of this scale and complexity would receive the level of funds required to secure this project. I'm just asking for your comments on that paragraph. Mr.
On the latter point, Dunard Fund has on many occasions given fairly large capital grants, and I think most recently the commitment it's given to Impact Scotland sufficient to enable Impact Scotland to enter into agreements with both the Scottish and UK governments under the Edinburgh Cities deal demonstrates that Dunard Fund makes and stands by its commitments. So far as Dunard Fund's commitment towards the costs at the Royal High School, I think I would refer you to a letter I wrote, and I think I've got it here. It's CD 564, and I don't know if anyone wants a moment to get that, or may I read a section from it? Dunard Fund has sufficient resources to enable the Trust to proceed with confidence with its current proposals in relation to preserving and enhancing the existing Hamilton buildings and including further appropriate development of the site, as well as ensuring its long-term sustainability. Now, that was a very much a case for Dunard Fund to provide that statement to the City of Edinburgh Council. It provided a very similar statement to those trustees in the Trust who were not already trustees of Dunard Fund. What I then went on to say in that letter is Dunard Fund hopes that other funders may in time wish to become involved in funding the development and appropriate use of the former Rye High School buildings, but if necessary, it's able to provide sufficient funding on its own. And this again was probably the lawyer in me coming out, because I know from previous experience as a charity lawyer, if a council or a funder says we guarantee that payment, no other funder is going to want to put their hands in their pocket and join in. But we also know that other funders do want to put their hands in their pockets and join in when there's a successful, high-profile project that's going to change the scenery in Edinburgh and Scotland so far as something like music education is concerned. And therefore, what that paragraph is trying to do is not shut the door on other charities that might want to contribute. So Dunard Fund, if necessary, would look at funding all of this, but if other charities are there who want to contribute to a success story at the former Royal High School buildings, then the door is open for them to do so. And Dunard Fund would then have funds to spend on other projects in Scotland, rather than sinking all of these funds that it's currently earmarked into that. So that's I was trying to convey in that letter an open door, as it were, to other charities, but also giving the commitment that its own commitments in funding terms.
Thank you very much. So that concludes the examination, Chief.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, would you have some questions for Mr. Liddle?
I have indeed a few questions. Good morning, Mr. Liddle.
Good morning.
Firstly, you are, as you've told us, a trustee of the Dunard Fund. Is that correct?
That is correct. It doesn't have the definite article. It's just Dunard Fund.
Thank you. And it's named, I think, after the house in Perthshire in question. Is that so?
That's very good research. Yes, it is.
Now, you have been involved with the Trust since 1994, and therefore you'll know Mrs. Grigor, as she now is, reasonably well.
She's now Dr. Grigor. I know her very well.
Now, the other trustees in the fund are other family members. Is that so?
She has her 3 children as trustees, and just as happened with her in her family, she's been extremely keen to inculcate her views about philanthropy on her children, and what better way to do so than to bring them in to the trust. There is also another non-family trustee as well as myself, Peter Tierfelt, who is a fairly well-known development manager and fundraiser.
Right, well, that helps me because I didn't know how to pronounce that name. Tierfelt, is it?
It is. I think it's of Austrian extraction, if you wanted that research.
Thank you. So the short point is this, that this is a fund that is, firstly, has charitable status.
Correct. That's what my recognition says.
I'm very grateful for that helpful information, Mr. Liddle. And secondly, it's used as a vehicle to make payments to appropriate charities, and the funds come from Edmundston Electrical.
Correct.
And does it follow from that that if there was any financial difficulty with Edmundston Electrical, perish the thought, the funds would cease?
Perish the thought. That's possible, but I think anyone who knows anything about Edmundston Electrical would find that extremely surprising. It's the largest electrical company in the Western world.
It might be as surprising as the Royal Bank of Scotland getting into trouble, Mr. Liddle. Would that be fair?
I think, knowing Dr. Grieger and her brothers, I would not put her in the same category as those who ran the Royal Bank of Scotland in 2008.
But, Mr. Liddle, being a cautious lawyer, you know that the proposition is correct, that if, for whatever reason unknown, Edmundston Electrical gets into trouble, then the funds will dry up. Is that not accurate?
It's possible. However, as we have over £60 million in bank accounts at the moment, and the sums of money that we've referred to are under £40 million, and if we add on another 10 for the endowment, I think we're well covered.
Well, we'll look at the precise figures. The question was a simple one, Mr. Liddle. If, for whatever reason, Edmundston Electrical gets into trouble, the funds will dry up, will they not?
I don't know that that's necessarily the case. I expect that members of the Colburn family have resources where, if necessary, they could decide to assist Dunard Fund meet all its commitments. We have no difficulty in achieving that. We don't commit or make pledges for anything that we are unsure about being able to fund.
Well, that's very helpful, because can I now ask you about the Impact Centre? That is to be a performance centre situated at or adjacent to St Andrews Square. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And there is, in broad terms, a 1,000-seater theatre and a 200-seater theatre as well, in broad terms?
In broad terms, I believe so. I'm not intimate with the project.
And there is a live planning application for that?
I understand that there is.
Is it also correct that the Dunard Fund has agreed to underwrite any capital overrun and design changes in respect of that project, as well as its additional commitment?
It has done so. By the way, it is Dunard Fund. We're quite particular about that. It has done so up to a ceiling. It's not an indefinite cost overrun.
There was a different vehicle until quite recently, was there not, from the Dunard Fund?
Are you referring to the section in my precognition that I missed out?
No, I wasn't actually. I'm simply asking you a question, Mr. Liddle. Was there a separate vehicle until relatively recently?
I'm not with you. You need to try and explain a little more clearly what your question means.
Very well. I'll return to that later, Mr. Liddle, if you're not familiar with that. Let's return to the Impact Centre. The Dunard Fund has, in effect, written a blank cheque as things stand in support of that project. Is that correct, by virtue of guaranteeing any capital overruns and design changes?
You didn't listen to my last answer. The cost overruns have a capped limit. That means that when the cost overruns reach that limit, Dunard Fund doesn't pay any more money.
Apologies for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Liddle. What is the capped limit?
I'm not sure that that's confidential or not, but I think I can tell you that it's £10 million.
And as I understood it, there was a separate issue of design changes, which are different from the capital overruns. Is that a different consideration?
It may be. What Dunard Fund always attempts to do in any project, and you'll see this very clearly in the Royal High School project, it goes for quality in everything it does. And therefore, if there is a matter with Impact Scotland that requires additional spending in order to achieve better quality, I suspect Dunard Fund would look at that favourably.
So can we agree that in relation to design changes, the Dunard Fund will pay for those?
It depends on those design changes. As I've just said to you, if they are matters which relate to quality, and if Dunard Fund's trustees agree, so there are two ifs there, then it's possible that Dunard Fund may fund those. And if it does so, it would make sure that it has funding available or expected from Edmondson Electrical in order to meet those commitments. As I said to you earlier, Dunard Fund does not make commitments without knowing that it has the funds available. It's not like the Royal Bank of Scotland.
Is there any cap limit in relation to the design changes, Mr. Liddle?
There is no cap limit because each of those design changes, as I've just said to you, will require Dunard Fund trustees separately to agree or not agree to each of those. So that is the cap.
Does that therefore mean, as we sit here just now, that it is unknown the precise extent of the commitment by the Dunard Fund to that project, namely the impact project?
That would be fair, but as I've said, any time we have any additional commitment to make, we make sure we have the funds available to meet that commitment. So we're not going to go and commit to anything extra without knowing that we have those funds available. That's not something that Dunard Fund does.
So that when I put to you a few moments ago that in fact this was an open-ended commitment, in fact that is accurate, Mr. Liddle, subject of course to ratifying design changes, because you don't know what the extent of the expenditure may or may not be for those.
It's not open-ended because it depends on the decision of the trustees, and the trustees will either take a decision against if they don't have the funding available to meet a commitment, or if they disagree that the extra funding merits being spent or being met by them.
But as we
so they have complete control over the way they spend their money and what they spend it on, and there's absolutely no problem. I know what you're trying to get at. You're trying to suggest that we could suddenly be faced with a bill that's unexpected, but there's nothing unexpected in what Dunard Fund does, because it always knows it's got the money available to meet its commitments. I think that's about the sixth time I've had to say that.
Well, I'm very grateful. I'm just very slow at these things, Mr. Liddle. You see, you'll just have to bear with me. So the simple fact of the matter, Mr. Liddle, is this, that the precise extent of the expenditure by the Dunard Fund in respect of the Impact Centre is at this moment in time not certain. Would that be fair?
It's not certain, but anything Dunard Fund does will be done with certainty.
Thank you. You fairly accepted earlier that you know Dr. Grigor very well, so I wonder if you can help me with a few matters. Firstly, she is the main driver behind the Dunard Fund and also the donations. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. There are 6 trustees in Dunard Fund, and the decisions that are taken are by all 6 trustees.
And apart from the 2 trustees, namely yourself and the Austrian gentleman whose name I've forgotten already, the others are her children. Is that so?
He's in fact Canadian, and the others are her children, yes.
I thought you said the gentleman whose name I couldn't pronounce came from Austria. Was that?
No, I said the surname was Austrian. I didn't say his nationality was Austrian.
Oh, I see.
It's a nice point, but it's a correct one.
So the Austrian-Canadian gentleman is the other trustees, is that correct?
I'm glad you've got your sense of humour.
Some wouldn't agree with you, Mr. Little. Now, on a more serious note, is it correct that in 2008, Dr. Grieger left the United Kingdom?
She leaves the United Kingdom very regularly and comes back again because she has business interests on behalf of Edmondson Electrical, which take her to London, to Chicago, to Los Angeles, and to Australia.
Now,
but
Mr.
she
Little.
lives in Edinburgh.
Now, Mr. Little, you know what I'm getting at, and that wasn't a very helpful answer.
Well,
let me finish.
Please tell me what you're getting at, because she lives in Edinburgh. She was here yesterday.
Will you allow me to ask the question? In 2008, did Dr. Little resign a number of British arts posts and move to California because of what she described as the destructively spiteful Philistine attitude of the government in relation to non-DOM taxpayers?
I'm afraid there's no one called Dr. Little, just for the record. You meant Dr. Grieger, I think. But no, she did not. There was certainly a stushy at that time over tax status, and I think the Scotsman printed an article from which you may be quoting. But I can assure you that Dr. Grieger did not remove herself from UK domicile at any time.
Are you saying she's domiciled in the United Kingdom?
I'm saying she's domiciled in the United Kingdom.
And are you aware of this quote? Is it accurate or inaccurate from Dr. Grieger? I'm heading back to North America, where an individual with involvement in and charitable contributions to the visual arts and classical music is valued, not punished. Do you recollect that statement?
I don't, but I can just hear Dr. Grieger saying that as a political statement, but it was not followed up with any intent. So a true politician, therefore.
Well, let's see if there has been a follow-up in relation to that intent more recently, Mr. Little. Have similar statements been made by Dr. Grieger or her husband within the last number of months?
That is absolutely correct, because there is an appalling situation arising in the UK, which I think is worth everybody knowing about, and it does affect Dr. Grieger. Those, I don't know the details, I'm not a tax lawyer, thankfully, but those who receive dividends from private corporations in America, it appears are no longer to be subject to the double taxation treaty with the UK. And as a result, a significant number of Americans, North Americans, are having to leave this country. And they're leaving with all the taxes that they do pay. They're leaving with all the philanthropy that they give. But Dr. Grieger is an exception, because she's only going to move to Dublin. And she intends fully that Dunard Fund, which is a Scottish charity and will remain as a Scottish charity, will continue. And she is still able to conduct meetings. She will still visit Edinburgh. She will still be able to conduct meetings. And if we have to go to meetings in Dublin rather than in London or Edinburgh, that's very easy for all of us to do. So, yes, it's a tragedy that she is effectively being kicked out of this country by the Inland Revenue, HM Revenue and Customs, but it doesn't affect Do Not Fund one jot.
Well, just again, slowly, so I can understand this, please, Mr. Liddle. Is her leaving of the country to do with non-dom tax status or not?
I can't answer that. I'm not a taxation lawyer, but I do know that she, in order not to suffer additional tax, she and many other North Americans are effectively being required to leave this country.
There's no requirement to leave, is there? They're very welcome to stay. That just means they may have to pay their tax bills. Would that be fair?
As I understand it, she is expected to sell her own home in Edinburgh. That doesn't smack to me as someone who is able to stay.
Now, Mr. Liddle, if she's required to sell her own home in Edinburgh, that must be to do with her domicile status, must it not?
Yes, but it doesn't affect the domicile status of Do Not Fund, and Do Not Fund is the organisation that is funding all of these projects in Scotland and will continue to fund them. Any charity in Scotland can have people of any nationality as its trustees. There's one charity I look after where it has 14 trustees. None of them has a domicile in the UK.
Right. So the position is this, that so far as Dr. Grieger is concerned, can we agree that she is indeed a non-dom taxpayer?
I don't know.
Can we agree that as a result of concerns about taxation, she is about to leave the country, by which I mean the United Kingdom?
She's moving to Dublin.
She's moving to a particular address in Dublin, which I will not disclose for various reasons. Is that not correct?
I expect if she's moving to Dublin, she is moving to an address in Dublin, which you will not disclose for various reasons.
And it's in fact an office building which has been converted for her particular purposes.
Sir, I do hesitate to interject, but we've now, I think, gone off on a tangent which is completely unacceptable. The position is that Mr. Steele can obviously ask questions about Do Not Fund, but when we're now talking about where somebody lives, I think we've gone way off the mark in terms of what's likely to be relevant to this inquiry. And I just lay down a marker that last question was clearly one that was clearly totally irrelevant to the conduct of this inquiry.
Agree entirely. I have been wondering where we're going with this. So if we could...
The questions, each and every one of these questions, sir, relates to the issue of whether one could be certain that the music school will proceed or not. That is the reason behind all of these questions.
Indeed, but I'm not sure that we need to know quite where Dr. Grieger is moving to, unless you can persuade me there's some relevance to that.
Well, sir, the simple fact of the matter is this, that it appears it is now conceded that Dr. Grieger is going to leave this country, the shores of this country, as a result of a dispute with the revenue about tax status. That must call into question the issue of continuing contributions or donations from the fund. I have got various quotes from her which I'd like to ask this witness about as well in relation to the attitude in respect to these matters.
Well, yes, we've got the answers in terms of how that affects the Do Not Fund going forward. I still don't see why we need to know where she lives or would live in Dublin. Was it Dublin?
No, sir, I'm not interested where she will live in Dublin. That is not relevant. The fact of the matter is that she's leaving the country as a result of the dispute with the revenue.
Got that point. Mr. Innes, are you happy for us to continue with that marker down?
Yes, to a degree, but I am just slightly concerned that this is turning into personally a sort of personal attack on one of the trustees. I mean, that does seem to be unlikely to be a matter that's determinate of these matters. And I have to say, I think it's got a bit personal, and none of these quotes have been lodged. So it's rather hard for me to see where the quotes and context are, and to give an opportunity for me to consider whether there might be other balanced aspects of the quotes. So I absolutely say this should stop now, because if Mr. Steele wanted to lodge these quotes and criticise this witness on these matters, they should be lodged before the inquiry. You've got no evidence that these quotes were ever made. You've got no evidence. And the difficulty for me, sir, is this. If those quotes had been lodged, I could have taken instruction on them to see whether they were said in context, whether they were denied, or whatever. But putting a series of press quotes to which they haven't been lodged is, in my view, not acceptable. And if Mr. Steele wants to carry on putting quotes, he should have put them in evidence. That's the basis on which this whole inquiry proceeds. People put things in evidence, and then other people can take instruction. And the difficulty with this line is that I've now had a series of quotes quoted which have not been put. And if they are to be put, they should probably be lodged as documents, like everyone else has done before this inquiry. And we've got the other press articles have been lodged. Why is it that Mr. Steele thinks it's acceptable to quote from sources out with the inquiry at this stage of the inquiry procedure? And that's the marker I lay down, is that this should have been given fair notice. There was no fair notice. Indeed, their witness didn't even come and give evidence on this topic. And he could have been asked in chief, what is the position do you know about the Do-Not Fund? If they wanted to criticise the Do-Not Fund, Mr. Collins's precognition should have had the criticisms. There was no criticism of the Do-Not Fund, apart from a question mark over whether it had the funds. Now, the point is that clearly Mr. Steele's researchers have been off busy researching, but it's too late in the day to raise all these matters. And I lay down a marker that this is not an acceptable way to proceed in a public inquiry, and therefore, if Mr. Steele proceeds on these lines, he should be stopped, because it's not fair and it's not the right way to proceed in terms of an important public inquiry. Fair notice should be given so that proper instruction could be given and taken in response to it. And it's just an ambush, and that's why I object to the way in which Mr. Steele is articulating this line of cross-examination.
Thank you.
Sir, to save time, I'm happy to move on. The points have been very well made.
Thank you. Thank you both. We'll move on to another topic, I guess.
Can I then move on, Mr. Liddle, to another topic, please, which is Hill Adamson. That was a proposal to use the building for a photographic museum. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And Dr. Grigor was extensively involved with that project. Is that also so?
I don't believe so.
Do you say you don't know whether she had any involvement in that?
I know that Do-Not Fund was potentially a supporter amongst a number of others, its main support being for the potential use of the Royal High School buildings rather than for the project itself. I remember that project reasonably well. It was about 10 years ago.
And do you know whether Dr. Grigor, as she now is, was a director of the Hill Adamson Trust or Fund or whatever it was?
I'm not aware of that.
And do you know whether she partly or largely chose the name Hill Adamson?
Again, sir, there's no evidence before the inquiry beforehand about this. If they want to raise this, then there should have been proper evidence put.
Could you look, please, Mr. Liddle, at document 440? And is that a committee report dated 31st of... Do you have that, Mr. Liddle?
I have a committee report of 31st March 2009, Finance and Resources Committee.
And do you note there that in relation to paragraph 1.3, that relates to the Hill Adamson Photographic Centre project?
It refers to a transfer of £1 million from the City of Edinburgh Council to the project, I think.
And if we turn to paragraph 2.6, have you seen this document before?
I have not seen it before, no.
Well, let me take it slowly. At 2.6, which is at the top of page 2, do we see that for a period of 9 years, the Hill Adamson Trust had been exploring the potential funding sources to secure the future use of the Royal High School for the National Photographic Centre?
I note that.
And if we turn to the recommendations at page 4, was the conclusion of the Council officer writing this report at 7.1a that there was no realistic prospect of developing the Royal High School as the National Photographic Centre in the short term. And the reason for that is lack of funding. Is that correct?
If I can clarify from my own memory, it wasn't quite as simple as that. It was unsuccessful in its application for Heritage Lottery funding. It was unsuccessful in persuading the National Galleries to share parts of their photographic collections, and I think without photographs, a Scottish National Photographic Centre might not do very well. And they did find it difficult to make the centre work within the former Royal High School buildings. And indeed, one of those involved said to me recently that the trouble they had was that the former Royal High School buildings, the only use for it that makes any sense is a school, because that's what the buildings were always designed and intended to be. So that's the process in that why that failed. And Do Not Fund, only one of the potential funders of that project, then withdrew at the same time as everybody else, but it wasn't for any other reason.
So, Mr Little, we can now agree, can we, that the Dunard Fund was indeed involved in the Hill Adamson project, can we?
As I said to you in answer to your first question on this topic, Dunard Fund was one potential funder amongst a number, but it was not Dunard Fund's cause that the centre failed. It failed for the three reasons I've given to you.
And that issue, the proposal for Hill Adamson, dragged on for some 9 years before the matter was called to a close. Is that correct?
I cannot confirm whether it was 9 years or not.
You do not know, you tell us, whether Carol Colburn-Hoggle was a director of that company for a period of time. Is that your position?
It's pronounced Hogel. She was that involved in the project, no.
Would it be fair to say, Mr Little, that if there had been a desire to save at the building, the Royal High School building at that time, there was 9 years in which that could have been done by the payment of the appropriate amount of money to enable that project to proceed?
I expect there's a possibility that if that centre had received the funding and if it had received photographs from the National Galleries collections, that it may well have been able to make the former Royal High School buildings work for it. I can't say. I wasn't personally involved in that project.
So far as that project was concerned, Dr. Grigor had available a period of 9 years to provide the funding for that project, which was supported by the vast majority of the country. Is that not correct?
I can't comment on how you get to vast amount of the country, and I don't know about the 9 years. All I know is that the Dunard Fund was one potential supporter, and when other financial support did not materialise, then the project did not go ahead.
But from what you say, the Dunard Fund would have had adequate resources to ensure that project did proceed at that time. Is that fair?
Dunard Fund spends its money across a great number of projects and gives money to a great number of donors. Its primary role is not to leap in and rescue every single project that is not succeeding. It only steps in, and this is a prime example here, where it sees a proposal which it considers is not appropriate, and then it would go on a rescue mission. Thankfully, that happens very rarely.
Now, just if I may ask you this, Mr Little. The Hill Adamson project for the museum, would that have established a suitable and sustainable reuse which would have had national benefit?
I don't know, because it never got to that stage.
And is that exactly what you tell us at 1.3 of your precognition is one of the objectives here?
Of course there's an objective here to have a sustainable and appropriate reuse of the building, and that's exactly what putting the school in and creating a national music school for Scotland would do. Given that Scotland does not have a national music school, this is the golden opportunity, the once in a generation, if not once in a lifetime opportunity, to create a national school in Scotland. England has 5, it's time that Scotland had 1, and that's not a political statement.
And how many national photography museums do we have?
I haven't a clue. Do you know?
You see, it's a simple fact, not this, Mr. Liddle, that for 9 years this building could have been saved by the payment of money to turn this into the National Photography Museum, and that opportunity was not taken.
The opportunity was not appropriate for various reasons, as I've explained to you. It wasn't just a matter of funding. It also, if in the end the promoters decide not to proceed, then that's the decision they take. Dúnadh Fund doesn't take control of every single project it funds. It knows about them. It's taken control more of this project because it believes it's right for it to do that. And as I said to you, that's a very rare occurrence when it gets this involved in a project. But it believes in this project, and that's distinct from any other project where it believes in them but provides others with the funding to enable them to achieve what they need to achieve. And this was one of the few cases where Dúnadh Fund's funding did not proceed. In most cases, because of the due diligence that Dúnadh Fund does and the knowledge it has of its recipients, almost all of its money is successfully funded and provides sustainable uses in buildings and projects throughout Scotland and elsewhere.
Can I move on to another topic, the Preservation Trust, Royal High School Preservation Trust? Who are the trustees, please, Mr. Liddle?
We have Willie Gray-Muir. He's a qualified chartered accountant. He worked for many years in mergers and acquisitions departments of various merchant banks in the UK and the Far East. He owns and runs Sundial Properties, and he has developed and restored over 80 listed buildings within the Edinburgh area. He's a trustee of the Pennycook House Preservation Trust, a member of the Council of the Queen's Bodyguard of Scotland, and a trustee of the Royal Company of Archers Charitable Trust. We have Ray Entwistle, OBE, who's a chartered banker with over 50 years' experience. He established the first branch of Lloyds Bank of Scotland. He's been chief executive and then chair of Adam & Company and is now chair of Hampden & Co. in Charlotte Square. He's been a trustee and latterly chair of the Scottish Civic Trust and a non-executive director of Iron H. Brown, amongst other directorships and charity trusteeships. We have Richard Austin, who is an alumnus of the RHS when it was at Regent Road, and he has a deep love and knowledge of the Thomas Hamilton buildings. He's a retired solicitor, former secretary of the R.S. MacDonald Charitable Trust. He served on the committee of the Scottish Georgian Society and now on the council of the AHSS, and has been a trustee on a number of other charities, including a major registered social landlord in Edinburgh. We have Michael Thorne, CBE. He was retired in 2016 as a university principal and vice-chancellor of some 15 years standing, and a former member of the Scottish Further Education Funding Council and the London Thames Gateway Development Corporation. He's chaired a school governing body, and he's been on the board of 3 educational colleges. He's a musician, and he served on the boards of the Royal Northern Symphonia Orchestra and 2 English theatres. He's also chaired the UK Government's Advisory Committee in the Libraries and Parliamentary Skills Commission inquiry into information, advice and guidance for young people in full-time education. We're nearly there. We have Dr. Grigor, CBE. She's trained as a concert pianist. She's undoubtedly one of Scotland's most significant philanthropists, with a great understanding of the arts and culture internationally, through the UK and especially in Scotland. She's been a trustee on a number of cultural boards, including Edinburgh Festival Theatre, as it was, and Impact Scotland now. But most notably, she's a trustee and President Emeritus of the Coburn School in Los Angeles. Now, the Coburn School is one of the foremost music schools in the world, and her knowledge and the knowledge and support of her brothers and her children in the Coburn School is integral to Dunard Fund's decision to try and emulate some of the success that the Coburn School has internationally for Scotland through bringing St Mary's Music School to the former Royal High School buildings. She's a deep knowledge of architecture, architects and technicians working throughout the UK, ensuring critical support for buildings and for culture, which otherwise simply would not exist. And as for myself, and I don't particularly like speaking about myself, but I'm a charity specialist lawyer. I was the first accredited as a specialist lawyer. I've been re-accredited 3 times since. I'm co-author of a book called A Practical Guide to Charity Law in Scotland. I've served on 2 school boards, one a preparatory school in Edinburgh where I was vice chair for a number of years, and also on a specialist school in Perthshire for children with learning difficulties and special needs. I'm currently chair or trustee of a number of charities, and in the cultural sector, I chair Pitlochry Festival Theatre, which employs up to 200 people and has an annual turnover in excess of 4 million. That is the quality of calibre that you have on the board, as you were asking.
Well, it's entirely possible you've won the prize for the longest answer at this inquiry, Mr. Liddle, but I was really just interested in the names, and I'm afraid you've rather lost me with all of that. So
well, I don't think I've lost anyone else with any of that. The calibre of people on that board is impressive.
Let's move on to the questions and answers. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Liddle, I think you may have answered this, but I'm just going to go through my list in any event. Are we in agreement that the Trust has no legally binding contract with the landowner?
The Trust has no legally binding contract with the Council.
Can we also agree that the Trust has no legally binding contract with the music school?
The Trust has no binding contract with the music school.
Thank you. Now, do I understand from your precognition that the school has considered other options to move or expand out with the Royal High School building?
I understand that they have.
So this isn't, so to speak, make or break for them. They have already considered other options.
They considered other options, and in their own assessment, the option offered by the former Royal High School buildings was far and away the best option for them.
Now, what do you mean at your precognition when you, at page 4, 6.7, refer to the music school as the preferred occupant? Does that follow from that there are other possible occupiers for the project?
There are no other occupiers currently under consideration.
Have there ever been?
Before our attention was drawn to St Mary's Music School and vice versa, there were other options potentially being considered.
Can you tell us what these were, Mr. Liddle?
I don't think it's appropriate to do so because it was in the early days, but we were looking principally at charitable and probably educational uses.
Does it follow from that the purpose of the Preservation Trust was in truth to stop the hotel project initially?
It was certainly the intention of Dunard Fund when it saw what could potentially happen to the former Royal High School buildings and the setting of the Thomas Hamilton building, that they felt that they needed to act. And therefore, if you see in setting up the trust, they charged it with preserving the building and finding a suitable use for that building.
And does that explain the content of your precognition at paragraphs 4.2 onwards at page 3, if you could turn to that? Was the driving force for the formation of the trust to stop the hotel because of the perceived impact that there would be?
It was to stop the design of the hotel because of the impact perceived upon the buildings and their setting.
Yes, indeed. And can you remind me, please, where Dr. Grieger lives?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to provide her address in a public forum where it's being televised to anyone.
Well, I take that point, but is it anywhere near the Royal High School building?
This is just ridiculous. Quite frankly, trying to get somebody to reveal somebody's address is just wrong. And Mr. Steele he knows that, and he should just stop.
Understood, yeah.
Now, the purpose, as we've already agreed, Mr. Liddle, the initial purpose was nothing to do with saving the music school, was it? It was to stop this proposal. Is that not fair?
Absolutely correct.
Because a judgment had been taken by somebody that they didn't like the design and that it would have an adverse impact and therefore it was to be stopped. That was really what happened. Is that not correct?
The trustees of Dunard Fund were very concerned when they saw the plans which no longer referred to a small boutique hotel and didn't seem to fit in with the original competition design criteria. And when it started seeing these designs, there was a very urgent meeting and decision taken that steps should be followed through to do what we could to see if there was an alternative use. And as you rightly say, the music school was not on the agenda in the very early days. Initially, we were looking at a variety of thoughts and options. Serendipity plays its part in this world, and it certainly did when St Mary's Music School and its plight came to our attention from the point of view of its wanting to move, and we saw the complete resonance, the perfect harmony, as the campaign has been called so appropriately, of bringing a music school into these buildings, reinvigorating them as a school, and enabling the school to step change into becoming the National Music School of Scotland.
I wonder, Mr. Liddle, if you can help me with this. Why was it that the Dunard Fund or the individual trustees were not content to leave this to the democratic planning process to decide whether the hotel and its design were adequate and suitable or not? Why wasn't that simply left to the planning process rather than the trust being set up to try and stop it? Could you explain that, please?
It has been left to the planning process. We have planning permission.
That, with respect, isn't a fair answer to that question, Mr. Liddle. Why, at the time, was the trust set up with a view to trying to stop the hotel proposal, which was in the planning process? Why was that done, and so much money put on offer to do that, rather than leave it to the democratic process?
Because in seeing the way that the hotel design was going, Dunard Fund appreciated that there was another way. There was going to be the possibility of a better design and a better use of those buildings. And the only way it could demonstrate and prove that was by applying to the Council for Planning Consent. And so that's why it went through that process, to be able to demonstrate. So it wasn't a case of just knocking the hotel. It was a case of showing that there was something else.
But that's exactly what you did, as you put it, knocking the hotel. That was the process that you initiated by setting up the Preservation Trust.
It wasn't knocking the hotel, it was knocking the design proposals. And therefore, what we wanted to do was demonstrate that there were better design proposals, and from that, in fact, that there was a better use for the buildings.
So, is it the hotel use that you object to, or only the design? Or is it both?
I think it was principally the design, because when the competition was announced for what we understood to be a relatively small-scale development on the site, I think Dunard Fund took an interest but didn't have any concerns. And the concerns came to the fore in abundance when it started seeing these different plans coming forward for very significant intervention with the Twin Towers. The thinking starts, and therefore it then became relevant to think about an appropriate reuse that would not require such intervention on the site.
Now, Mr. Little, I'd be very satisfied with a simple yes or no answer to this question. Are any of the trustees, about whom you've told us a great deal, qualified architects or town planners? Yes or no would do for my purpose.
I have to ask a supplementary question. Are you referring to Dunard Fund now or the Trust?
Royal High School Preservation Trust, which is the topic we're on at the moment.
The Trust does not have any architect, but it has people who are involved in developing buildings.
Yes, because Mr. Graham-Muir is a property developer of Sundial who develop older listed buildings, don't they?
That's true.
Exactly the type of building that the music school is currently in. Isn't that true?
I don't know if he would develop the type of school that the type of building that the school is in, because I don't know the type of buildings that he develops, other than that a lot of them are listed buildings.
And if we move on then to the Dunard Fund, are any of the trustees of the Dunard Fund qualified architects or town planners?
No, but I did explain to you that Dr. Grigor has a particular interest in architecture and architects and technicians.
So just so I can understand this, a decision was taken by the Dunard Fund to try, to put it bluntly, to stop the hotel and the hotel design because the trustees of the Dunard Fund didn't take kindly to the design. Is that so?
They did not think the design was appropriate for this site, and therefore they took steps to see what they could do.
And none of them are qualified architects or town planners?
No, but they employ experts who advise them, and it is those experts who provide the technical expertise at every step of the way. Right. And so the first step they did was to start involving experts and discussing options and possibilities. None of us can pretend to know everything about everything, even lawyers.
At the time the decision was taken, Mr. Little, by the Dunard Fund to try to stop the hotel proposal, could you identify precisely which experts you had taken advice from prior to taking the decision to stop the hotel?
We took the decision prior to consulting experts, but we very quickly instructed experts, and a number of them, I suspect, you may meet.
Well, the point is this, though, Mr. Little. You took the decision to try to stop the hotel before you'd taken any advice from any relevant experts. That's fair, isn't it?
What is fair is that we had looked at the visuals on the plans, and I think there are quite a few people who can have a knowledge about inappropriate development without being expert. And then they bring in the experts to sort out the detail. And that's exactly what happened here.
I'm just looking at the time, so I wonder if this is an appropriate place to break for mid-morning.
Do you have further cross-examination?
Oh, indeed I do, sir, yes.
Yeah, certainly then. Let's break now until 25 to 12. Give an indication of how much longer you think you might be in cross-examination, just for guide for management purposes.
I would hope to finish
before lunch.
Or before lunchtime.
Okay. Thank you.
Of course, much depends on
of course, yeah.
the answers that I get.
And whether we think they're relevant questions or not.
Well, there is that as well, sir. I don't restrict myself to relevant questions, but lunchtime is the answer.
Thank you.
I would hope, with Mr. Liddell's cooperation. Now, Mr. Liddell, your precognition tells us that the cost, according to your QS of the building, this is 7.5, page 4 of your precognition, is in the region of 36.4 million or thereby. As I understand it, from 8.5, the Dunard Fund intends to commit £10 million to the music school. Is that correct?
It has already done so, yes.
And that's consistent with the sum that one sees committed for that project in your most recently available accounts, in broad terms.
I believe so, but it'll be updated further in the next set of accounts, which will be published shortly.
That's why I said the most recently available ones, Mr. Liddell. That is the position, isn't it?
It is. I'm sorry, I was being pedantic simply because some people may not know that the previous accounts are 18 months old.
Well, let me be pedantic. Mr. Liddell, they were made available on the 8th of November 2017, were they not?
Again, sir, we've not got this lodged. If Mr. Steele wants to go into the accounts, he had to lodge them. I don't have them here. I can't re-examine on it. It's simply not appropriate. And if you're going to cross-examine on material that you haven't lodged, the prejudice is I can't re-examine because I don't have those accounts there, because why should I? It's never been raised as an issue by the appellant. And it just makes it impossible because I don't have the information, and therefore it's unfair. Now, I'm quite happy to perhaps allow a few questions just to see where it goes, but I just lay down a marker that this is another line of cross-examination to which a document has not been lodged, to which is publicly available.
Thank you, Mr. Innes. Mr. Steele, do you wish us to have these documents?
No, sir. There's no prejudice at all. This is precisely consistent with the figure that the witness, Mr. Liddell, has put in his evidence. There's no dispute about it. There's no prejudice to anybody. I was merely being as pedantic as Mr. Liddell was about the date. That was all.
All right, well, let's see where we go.
And as a matter of fact, the accounts were made available on the 8th of November 2017. Is that accurate?
I couldn't tell you the date on which they were made available, but they go up to the 31st of March 2016, I think, is it? 2017. Well, you have them in front of you, not me.
Mr. Liddell, neither of us be pedantic or quibble about it. Please.
They're old accounts.
Let's get to the main point, which is the building will cost 36-something million, and you are contributing, or intend to contribute, 10 million. Is that so?
So are you asking me to confirm that there's a total of 45 million or thereby?
No. I'm simply asking you to confirm what's in your precognition so I can slowly try to understand what's going on and how this works. The figure at 7.5 of your precognition is total build cost, as I understand it, at 36.4. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And the Dunard Fund, you tell us at 8.5, will commit 10 million to the music school. Is that also so?
Yes, but they're two different amounts of money to two different recipients.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly the point I'm now turning to. So far as the building is concerned, who is it intended that will pay for that?
The trust.
Which trust?
The Royal High School Preservation Trust.
Mm-hmm. And where is it going to get the £36.4 million?
From Dunard Fund.
So that's 36.4 to the Preservation Trust, is that correct?
Yes, or it may be contributed by other funders, as I explained earlier in the evidence in chief.
And in addition to that, you will give 10 million to the music school?
That's correct.
Can you please remind me or tell us what sums you have committed in your accounts for these purposes?
I can do neither. I don't have the accounts in front of me.
That would bring out a total of somewhere between 46, 47 million pounds or so. Is that correct?
I think your addition is spot on.
And that's out of assets held of £60 million.
The additional, that's correct, that's what we hold at the moment, but there are other funds in the pipeline, and the 10 million that we've recently committed is not referenced in the figures in accounts for the year to 31st March 2017.
Again, Mr. Little, just take it slowly. I'm not very good at arithmetic. But you are committing, you say, £46.4 million out of assets of 60 million. I refer to 3.4 of your precognition.
Correct, but if you're trying to tie these into the accounts for the year ended 31st March 2017, which I think you are, am I right in that? Then we're only talking about the 36 million being committed in those accounts, because the 10 million has only been committed in July this year, and therefore that commitment will only show in the accounts for the year ended 31st March 2019. Does that help you?
It would help me to understand if the 60 million you refer to in 3.4, and where you say that's currently, what does currently mean?
Oh, sorry. That's what Dunard Fund currently holds in its bank accounts, is £60 million. Today. Well, it's actually slightly more than that, but at 30th September, I think it was about 62.5 million, roughly. But we haven't had this year's tranche of funding, so it'll become more, and that's really the point.
Thank you.
And in addition to that commitment, you are committed to the Impact Centre as well. Could you remind me just the extent of the known commitment at Impact?
It's about £20 million.
So it follows from that your commitment is actually in excess of the assets that are currently held by the Dunard Fund. Is that not accurate?
That is correct.
Now, you tell us at 8.1 that the trust, the Preservation Trust, will let or sublet to the music school. Is that to be on a commercial basis or at a peppercorn rent?
It's to be on a non-commercial basis. The school would not be expected to pay or repay any of the development costs, and the rent would be at a relatively peppercorn rate.
So there'll be no repayment of the capital costs, is that so?
No, Dunard Fund is a charity. It gives its money philanthropically.
Now, what do you mean by this? The music school may contribute to the building costs and certainly to the fit-out costs. What does that mean?
What that means is that the school may find it easier to fundraise for capital costs of a building project than it would for an endowment fund. And I think if you ask any development manager, a skilled development manager or fundraiser, will tell you that it's quite difficult to fundraise for an endowment fund. And so we have discussed and arranged with the music school that if they do raise funds towards the capital costs, then we may be able to offset by, in fact, adding to their endowment fund even further than we already are. But there's no commitment about that. We've just discussed that possibility. Is the expectation, however, that Dunard Fund would not contribute to the fitting out costs of the school. The buildings are going to be ready for them to occupy, but they will supply their own furniture and equipment and everything else in the building, and that seems a reasonable ask.
So they will be responsible for the payment of the fitting out costs?
Correct.
Does that mean that you will provide them, the intention is to provide them with a shell?
It'll be rather more than a shell. It will have light switches and various other things in it. But it's basically a working building without the furniture and the carpets and the curtains, or window blinds.
And for what purpose have the music school started its fundraising? what do they imagine that they're fundraising for?
They're fundraising towards all of these aspirations, but they fundraise regularly anyway in relation to the school being a charity. So they have begun scoping out, and as I said in my precognition, a development team is about to be is in the process of being appointed. Because fundraising takes quite a bit of time, it's not something where you just turn the tap on straight away. So at this stage, a lot of it is planning and working out how they're going to do their fundraising and who's going to do it and what are they going to ask for. So they're going through that process at the moment. And I think it demonstrates, yet again, the amount of time and effort and cost that each of the school and the trust and Do Not Fund are going into, and in order to see if we can arrange for St Mary's to have this fantastic opportunity to move to the former Royal High School buildings.
And Mr Little, is any of this committed in a legally binding way?
Some of it is, as I've explained to you. The funding to St Mary's for their endowment fund is committed, subject to their moving. There doesn't need to be any formal commitment between Do Not Fund and Royal High School Preservation Trust because the Royal High School Preservation Trust is wholly controlled by Do Not Fund, and indeed if you looked at the accounts for the year ended 31st March 2017, and again you'll see it in the ones for 31st March 2018 when they're lodged, all the accounting for the Royal High School Preservation Trust is included within Do Not Fund's own accounting because they are effectively seen as one and the same body for revenue purposes. And so because Do Not Fund can appoint up to 5 of the 6 trustees on the Royal High School Preservation Trust board, and currently 2 of the trustees of Do Not Fund are on the trust board, as I explained to you, Dr. Grieger and myself. There's really no need for us to give written assurances when we're there in person and are providing all the funding towards the trust's being. As I explained earlier, we have provided a letter to the trust for the purposes of those trustees who are not Do Not Fund trustees to give them comfort, and that letter is similar to the one that was lodged in process addressed to the Council.
So is a short answer to the point then this, Mr Little, that save with one exception, there are no legally binding arrangements or agreements between the various parties, and I'll look at the one exception to that just in a second. Is, as a matter of generality, that correct?
There are commitments by each of the parties because each of the, as I explained earlier, each of the boards has reached decisions to proceed with this project if they can. Each of the boards is manifesting that by spending a lot of time, effort and money in taking this whole project forward. And none of them would do that if they didn't think that none of the others was playing. So all of them are committed. They've all got a common purpose. They're all charities. They all provide public benefit. They're all doing the same thing. They know each other well. We've met each other on several occasions. And that's how Do Not Fund operates. It gets to know people. It creates relationships with its beneficiaries. And that is the best way of proceeding and ensuring success. And that's what's happened here.
Mr Little, you were at pains to tell us earlier that you're a cautious lawyer. Can you agree that, say, for one exception that I'll look at at the moment, there are no legally binding contracts between the relevant parties?
Do Not Fund and the Royal High School Preservation Trust are effectively one and the same organisation from an accounting point of view, and therefore there doesn't need to be a written contract. There is therefore a written contract with the one organisation exterior to that, and that's the only contract that there needs to be at the moment.
Right. Do you therefore have a lease in place with the music school in a legally binding format? Of
course we don't.
No.
Because we don't even know the terms of a head lease. So how could we have a sublease if we don't know the terms of a head lease?
Precisely. So far as the issues are concerned that you set out at paragraph 8, can we agree that, save for the 10 million, which I'll look at in a moment, there are no legally binding contracts between the parties? That must be so. Mr Little, surely.
Not at all. As I've explained to you, Dunard Fund and Royal High School are effectively the trust is controlled by Dunard Fund, so it doesn't need a written agreement. It has that commitment. It knows that funding is available from Dunard Fund. We don't need to put that in writing in any more than we have expressed already. It would be pointless doing that.
Well, Mr Little, I'm trying not to go over old territory, but there's no legally binding contract with the council, is there? That's one of the parties mentioned in Section 8.
Of course there isn't.
Right. There's no legally binding contract with the music school in relation to their tenure or lease, is there? Because there cannot be.
Not yet,
yeah.
But we have discussed with them potential terms, but we can't do that until we know we're in a position to roll forward, and as soon as we know, we'll roll forward.
And you know perfectly well as a lawyer that without legally binding contracts, there is something less than certainty, isn't there?
I think that's true in the commercial world, but in the charity world, I think it's untrue. I think people still trust each other in the charity world, and they trust each other's commitments. They trust each other in what they're doing manifestly towards a common aim. They know each other extremely well, and I don't think they need to tie themselves up in legal knots in order to achieve their charitable purposes and their public benefit.
Now, so far as the £10 million is concerned, have you actually paid that to the music school?
As I explained to you earlier, that will be paid on the music school being able to move into the Royal High School buildings. So your quick answer is no, not yet.
Thank you. And is there a legally binding contract with the music school to do that?
There is a letter of commitment to the school. It doesn't need to be a contract. It's from the donor saying that they're going to pay it. It's a bit like an IOU.
Well, is it really, Mr Little? Do you say that that constitutes a legally binding agreement?
I say that if we did not honour that, St Mary's could take us to court. I have no qualms about that. We know what we're doing. We're quite comfortable about that arrangement. We've told them that that's what we're giving. We don't need to enter into a contract with them about it.
Mr Little, as an experienced solicitor, have you considered the terms of the St Mary's School Aided Places regulations?
Unsurprisingly, I haven't.
Do you know that that requires ministers' consent in relation to the music school acquiring new premises or changing existing arrangement for borders, amongst many other provisions?
I'm sure that's correct.
Can you tell us whether any such steps have been taken to obtain ministerial consent in that regard?
I understand that conversations have been started. I'm aware that the school is intent on proceeding on the basis of ensuring assisted places.
Does that mean you are familiar with the regulations in that event?
No, I presumed that you were, and therefore I agreed with what you said.
And who is it that you said has taken the necessary steps?
I presume the board has done so.
Which board?
The board of the school.
Do you actually know that, or is that simply speculation, Mr Little?
No, they have mentioned that, but I don't know who has done it. It's not a question I can answer.
Well, if you can't answer the next question, just say so. But do you know whether consent has been obtained or not?
I do not know.
Now, the Impact Centre has got a concert hall for around 200 people, is that correct? That's one of their concert halls at least.
I'm not sure. I'm not prepared to answer questions, particularly on the detail of Impact Scotland. I'm not the right person to do so.
What approximately is the size of the concert hall proposed within the music school at the Royal High?
It should be able to seat up to 280, but the beauty of it is that it can be set out in a lot of different configurations, and depending on those configurations, the number in the audience will vary quite significantly.
Have you as trustees satisfied yourself that there's actually a need and demand for 2 concert halls of such similar size so close to one another?
There has been discussion, I understand, but not by me, so I can't give you any detail, but our involvement with the Scottish Chamber Orchestra, Impact Scotland and the Edinburgh International Festival illustrate that there's always a need for more space for performance, for galleries, for all sorts of things in Edinburgh.
Well, these are the organisations that are likely to use the Impact Centre, are they not?
They are.
Yeah. Who is it then that you say, if the Impact Centre is built, will use the facility at the music school?
That's not for me to decide.
Now, you are a trustee, obviously, of the Dunard Fund. And remind me, are you also a trustee of the Preservation Trust?
I am.
Then you'll be in an excellent position to answer this question. Can you tell me, please, the extent of the advice that you've had about the risks of the engineering operations, firstly to the building itself, and secondly as a result of the railway tunnels? And do you know whether you, the Trust, will be accepting responsibility in that regard?
I do not have detailed knowledge. What I can tell you is that we have employed expert professionals who have provided us with advice, and where there are risks, they have shown us how to de-risk the risks.
And, Mr Little, because this is an important matter, is the Trust prepared to take on the risk that there may be, and we'll hear about shortly, in relation to the railway tunnels? Have you been made aware of that issue and the likely level of A, risk, and B, expenditure?
I'm not particularly aware of that. I think you'll find others better suited to answer those questions.
Has the Trust taken any decision about acceptance of risk in that regard? If you don't know, just say so.
The Trust has its own risk assessment, but beyond that, I'm not aware.
And has the Trust made any investigations in relation to insurance, for that matter?
I can't answer that.
Well, you're a trustee, I would have hoped, and you're here speaking on behalf of the Trust, Mr Little. I would hope you'd be able to answer that question, or do you simply not know?
I don't know. It's I suspect, premature, but one of the things about trusts is that different experts are doing different things at any time, and so I can't answer that. I'm not involved with the insurance matter.
Again, Mr Little, can I ask you, do you know about the leaflet that was put round a significant number of residential properties in Edinburgh very recently, asking people to send a note to Holyrood? Are you familiar with that?
Again, if Mr Steele wants to divert this inquiry into matters which I think are completely irrelevant, we can carry on doing so. But what some party may do is up to them. I just don't see the relevance of this to this inquiry.
As far as I'm aware, we don't have a leaflet on the file.
Well, we don't, sir, because they've been distributed very recently indeed. It is relevant insofar as it is an attempt to influence, yet again, public opinion against the hotel.
Well, that's completely irrelevant. If a party wants to do that, they're free to do that at any point in time in any process. And I just don't see the relevance of this to this witness.
Well, it's not part of our inquiry and not something that we can report to ministers either, so I don't see the relevance.
Well, I'm happy to be guided by you, sir, but I would just be keen to know whether this witness actually knew about this. If he doesn't, I could pass on, but it seems very strange indeed for this to have been distributed widely when it is, appears on the face of it to be wholly inaccurate.
Well, no, don't answer that question, Mr Little. We've agreed that it's not relevant and it's not been put before the inquiry.
So if I can, Mr. Liddell, try and summarise the matter this way. The commitment by the Dunard Fund between the impact proposal and the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposal is financially greater than the sum of money currently held in your bank account. Is that not true?
We've gone over this ground. I've explained to you the 10 million will come out of this year's funding arrangements because it's not going to have to be paid immediately. We have sufficient funds at the moment. I've also explained to you several times that we don't make any commitments unless we know that the funding will be there. That doesn't necessarily mean it's physically in our bank account, but it just so happens we do have 62 million in our bank account at the moment. So I just don't see the relevance of your question.
It's a simple answer, yes. As a matter of arithmetic, that is true, surely.
It's true, but it's irrelevant.
I'm delighted a mere 62 million or so and a shortfall is irrelevant, Mr. Liddell, but I'll deal with that another way. Mrs. Grieger, Dr. Grieger had a period of 9 years to save this building when the Hill Adamson project was live, didn't she? All she had to do was pay the money.
I'm objecting on repetition.
I'm summarising.
Well, that's a change from deviation. Mr. Steele's entitled to just summarise where he's got to.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully, even without distraction. Now, let me try that one again, Mr. Liddell. Dr. Grieger had 9 years to save the Royal High School building during the period of the Hill Adamson proposal. All she had to do was deliver the required finance, and she failed to do so. Is that not accurate?
No, it's not accurate. It's nothing to do with Dr. Grieger. It's to do with Dunard Fund. And she, you could say, had far more than 9 years to do something about this site. It was only when a solution for the site was found that the trustees of Dunard Fund considered inappropriate that steps were taken. But either leaving the building as it was or developing it in an appropriate way would not have caused Dunard Fund to stir into action. I know you're summarising, but
I'm summarising, Mr. Liddell, and let me allow you to be pedantic about this. It was the Dunard Fund that had 9 years to save the building at the time of Hill Adamson and failed to deliver the required finance, wasn't it?
It didn't fail to deliver the required finance. The project failed for other reasons, and therefore the finance was never called for.
And the fund has only stirred into life yet again when it wishes to stop another project which, for whatever reason, it doesn't approve of.
The fund felt that the design proposal for one of the finest neoclassical buildings in Western Europe was not appropriate.
And that was the reason for the stirring into activity, was it not?
It certainly was.
It was absolutely nothing to do with the music school. It was to stop the hotel proposal that time.
Initially, but I mentioned the word serendipity to you, and we now have a perfect harmony of a solution for us to have a national music school in Scotland at last.
And Mrs. Dr. Grieger is herself shortly to depart for out with the UK for reasons which we have discussed. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And is it also accurate that certain arts interests in Dublin are very much looking forward to her arrival?
The Irish are always canny.
And they may even secure the funding that they're so keen about, may they not?
Again, what funding, what relevance? This is just wandering off again.
That's not even summing up somewhere we weren't going to go to earlier. Moving on, Mr. Steele, please.
Thanks, sir. The Minister's consent is needed in relation to any change by the music school which may or may not be granted.
That's correct, but I would be very surprised if a Minister or Cabinet Secretary of Education was not keen on the thought of having a national music school in Scotland at last.
We cannot second-guess ministerial decisions, I think. You would agree, Mr Little.
Of course, but...
Thank you.
Just so I understand this, that doesn't mean the school can't do it. It just means it would not have, what were they called, aided places. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was there a direct link between aided places and the school's existence?
Well, to the extent that aided places do two things. One, they provide revenue for the school, and two, they enable children of merit to be at the school, because some people have claimed that St Mary's is an elitist establishment, but entrance to the school is entirely on merit, and indeed less than 18% of the school's annual income comes from fees paid by pupils' families. So the assisted places scheme does play a role in that.
But not essential to the existence of the school?
No.
Mr Little, is that really accurate? Is there not a requirement that the school must not only notify the ministers if it proposes to acquire new premises or alter existing premises, and it cannot implement that without the approval of ministers? It needs permission to move. Out with the issue of aided places, surely.
I can't answer that. I have no idea.
Well, why did you answer it in a way that suited your purpose to the reporter then?
I gave the reporter an answer to the question that he asked. I'm giving you an answer to the question you've asked. They were different questions.
I understand the difference, Mr Steele. Thank you for helping me clarify that.
Thank you, sir. And just to complete, Mr Little, do you also understand and accept that if arrangements for borders are to be altered, equally consent must be approved, and that's got nothing again to do with aided places?
I cannot comment.
So can we agree on this then, Mr Little, that taking all these factors together, sitting here now, we simply cannot be certain that the proposals to relocate the music school to the Royal High School will ever proceed? We cannot be certain. Isn't that fair?
Sitting here now, we cannot be certain that the appellant's hotel will succeed. It's exactly the same conundrum.
Mr Little, that was not my question to you. Please
That's my answer to you, though.
Well, please
it's the same. There is no legal certainty for either the appellants or for the trust. One depends on having planning permission, the other depends on having a contract. They're both elements of certainty. The appellants don't have one element of the jigsaw, the trust doesn't have one element of the jigsaw. That's why I'm explaining it to you, and that's why we're here.
Mr Little, could you please answer the question? Can we agree that taking all of these factors together, we simply cannot be certain that the proposals to relocate the music school to the Royal High School will ever proceed? It's a simple yes or no will do. And you're a lawyer, you understand the question. Please have the courtesy to answer it.
I can answer it by saying that there's no certainty in anything.
I'm going to just record a yes.
All right, well, I'll say yes, but there is no certainty for anyone in this.
That's noted too.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions of this witness. Thank you.
Just something I wanted to ask, and it does actually follow on from that. Can you tell us whether or what would be Dunard Fund's intention should for some reason the music school not go ahead?
I think, if I can first answer that in two different aspects. One, it's less likely that the school wouldn't go ahead than a commercial operation, because schools are quite special in a way, and they can have recourse to philanthropic funds, whereas a commercial operation has to go to a bank for refinancing. And so it's much easier in a way for a school to accept a greater amount. If we took the sort of doomsday scenario that for one reason or another there was a slip between cup and lip, then DUNARD Fund, or more appropriately the Trust, would be back where it started, and that is that it would be looking for another appropriate use or uses on the site. But by then it may well have developed the site in terms of its planning consent, and I think it would be pretty interesting for a number of educational establishments to have the offer of a developed site without having to pay any of the development costs, and not even having to pay a purchase price or a grassam on a lease, and find that they're paying a peppercorn rent. I think there's a lot of educational establishments that would be biting arms off in that circumstance.
Is there anything that the Trust has, or the Board has set down or agreed as an intention, or have they just not looked at that possibility of the school not being involved?
They have looked at that possibility, but that's their sort of plan B, if you like, that if that didn't happen. But they're determined that the school would succeed, and that £10 million from DUNARD Fund is a gesture of that determination. So that's really, it's absolutely determined. The school is determined. The school has an excellent board, and they're absolutely determined as well that it should succeed.
Thank you.
Just one line of questioning from me, Mr. Liddell. You may or may not be aware that we're waiting, hopefully, for a joint statement between the appellant and the council regarding the terms of their contract. You presumably are in the dark as in the same way that we are on that. Can you tell us how the Trust expects to get into a contract with the council, and what you think the timescale for that might be, or are you simply unable to say?
It's difficult to say, certainly, sir. I think the issue here is that the suspensive conditions in the contract that exists, whatever they are, and with whatever party now holds the contract, because I think there is some evidence that suggests that there's now a different organisation, Carlton Hill Hotel Limited Partnership or whatever, that now holds the contract. If that contract disappears because the suspensive conditions are not cleared, then the Trust would be open to having discussions and negotiations with the Council, coupled with DUNARD Fund providing any funding commitment that the Council would expect to see, to have the assurance that DUNARD Fund and the Trust can ensure a sustainable and appropriate reuse in terms of the planning consent they've already received.
But just in relation to the last part of that question, you aren't clear at all currently on what the timescales for that might be.
Well, we've understood that a date in 2021 is in the contract, but this is only from scant information that's been lodged in evidence. But one of the things that DUNARD Fund and the Trust have is patience, and we've been using that, and we'll continue to use it for as long as necessary.
Thanks for that, Mr. Liddell.
Thank you. Mr. Innes, do you have much by way of re-examination?
Yes, I do, sir. Thank you.
You take us to lunch, or do you think
Yes,
you might need beyond?
we'll be taking you to lunch, sir. CD 51, first of all, I think. Please, Mr. Liddell.
Sir, I wonder if I might just jump in just now with a point of clarification, if that's acceptable. Just to say that Mr. Liddell mentioned the role of Mr. Austin of the AHSS. Just to correct what Mr. Liddell said, Mr. Austin has not been on the AHSS Council since towards the end of 2015 to ensure that there would be no conflict of interest.
Thank you. Is that right, Mr. Liddell, as far as you know?
It must have been my mistake. I'd asked everyone for a brief biography, and I paraphrased it, so I apologise to Mr Austin if he's here that I misread a former and made it a current.
Indeed, sir. Mr Austin is here, and I've also clarified this with Mr Drummond, who was National Chairman at that time, so I'm absolutely certain in the statement that I've just given.
Thank you. Mr Innes.
Yes, we're in CD 51 and could go to paragraph 7.2, please. Have you got the document? No.
I have. I was just waiting to see if everyone else did.
Yeah. Paragraph 7.2, and all my questions are prefaced on the Royal High School Preservation Trust proposals being considered against the context of what's being held out in this document. So if we start off at the bottom of 7.2, do we see the contract is conditional on DHP obtaining planning and listed building consent for their development and a satisfactory building asbestos site investigation and services report for the existing property. Do we see that?
I see that.
In the context of that particular conditionality, what do you say in relation to the Trust proposals in relation to those?
The Trust has both planning permission and listed building consent, and if this contract is conditional on DHP obtaining that, then the contract is null and void or is irrelevant unless or until DHP does obtain that planning consent.
Okay, thank you. And just to have the context, this is a document which is essentially a position statement that appears to have been accompanying the planning application, and it's produced by the business partnership team of City of Edinburgh Council, which are presumed to be the body that appears to have been in negotiation with the appellants regarding the site. So it's them providing an update or a position on a summary of what might be in the contract at that time.
That's as we've understood it, yes.
And I think if we go to the, and I don't really want to have to go there, but if we go to the planning statement for Scheme 2, the solicitors acting on behalf of an entity confirmed that there's been an assignation, but confirmed that the missives were all concluded in 2014. So therefore, this should represent a summary of the contractual position as it stood then.
That seems to be right.
Yeah. Now, 7.3 of the document identifies that a further element of suspensivity is that DHP is required to satisfy the Council that they have adequate financial resources available to carry out the redevelopment to meet the requirements of the lease, including the grass and payment. Again, having regard to the Trust proposals, how would they fare against that conditionality?
They would be able to meet that. They have adequate financial resources.
In terms of dealing with the impact project, what role has Dunard Fund played in bringing that to fruition?
Dunard Fund has been very supportive of that impact proposal. Dr. Grigor sits on the Impact Scotland board, and it has provided a funding commitment sufficient to enable Impact Scotland both to negotiate a lease with the Royal Bank of Scotland and also the funding under the City of Edinburgh City deal. In addition, Dunard Fund has purchased the next door property, number 35 St Andrew Square, a very large building that Dunard Fund has recently purchased for a significant sum of money, and that is intended to be an administrative hub for a number of charities to base themselves there, such as the Scottish Chamber Orchestra, Impact Scotland itself, National Youth Orchestra and various others. I don't think the final list of tenants has been cleared yet, but so there's a good commitment going on there as well.
And insofar as Dunard Fund have made commitments to Impact, what role have they played in the ability of other parties to come in and potentially fund the project?
I think they've been essential both in providing confidence and in providing wherewithal.
So in that respect, does Dunard Fund have direct experience of dealing with the matters which are identified in paragraph 7.3?
Yes, in a number of its projects, not just the two that we're looking at today.
I want to come on and just have a brief understanding of what decisions have actually been taken by what bodies relative to the decision-making process of the trust proposals. What formal decision-making has been undertaken by Dunard Fund in relation to the funding of the trust proposals?
Dunard Fund has agreed to ensure that the project will succeed. As I said earlier, it's happy to share some of that obligation with other charities if they should wish, but otherwise it will ensure the sustainable and appropriate reuse of the buildings, and therefore the funding that it's providing both to the school and to the trust has been committed by Dunard Fund's trustees.
Okay. And how was that decision reached?
It was reached at a meeting.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of the second body, the Royal High School Preservation Trust, what decision-making has been undertaken by that particular organisation?
The Trust meets regularly and has taken decisions that, as far as possible, it would obtain planning consent, which it now has, and as far as possible, it would negotiate a contract for a head lease with City of Edinburgh Council on the basis that it would then have a sublease with the music school. It has had a lot of contact and dealings with the music school as well.
Right. Just to stop there, could you now look at CD 614, please?
I wonder if I've got a copy of that yet. Yes, I do. I have it here. I don't know about others.
Now, is this a document that you're familiar with or had an opportunity to read?
I have read it.
And it appears to have been lodged as a document that it's a report by CEC Estates on procurement process for alternative development on site. Presumably it has some relevance to this inquiry or it wouldn't have been lodged.
I believe so.
And in terms of this document, do we see there that there's a range of approaches which is open to the council? Open sale and long lease is a possible structure that is open to the council. Is that correct?
Yes.
And equally, in terms of a process, there can be marketing. Do we see that?
Yes.
A process post-closing date.
Yep.
And as part of that process, and looking at best value, there may be analysis of planning risk of each scheme.
Yep.
Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So, in the sense of if there were a competitive, this is on the assumption that the appellants failed to discharge their suspensive conditions, and ultimately the council become free to act again. But if there were a further competitive process, how do you think the trust proposals would score on the planning risk basis?
I think they would score well because of the nature of the expert professional advice we've received.
Okay. And do we see there that in terms of processes, we see that there may be a second closing date and they could have a second further analysis, and then there's a approved bidder, and then they give us overall timescales just before Section 2, that from start marketing, assuming a two-stage closing date, committee approval and completion of binding contract, the timescale would be 12 months.
Yes.
Yeah. So even if there were a competitive situation post the appellant's contract failing to continue, that could be over and done and dusted within about 12 months. Is that?
Yes.
And then there's a further opportunity which the council has alternatively, which is the lease directly to a third party, which essentially can also be used to achieve best value where a future use supports wider objectives. Do we see that?
I see that, yes.
How would the Trust's proposals in relation to the music school fit with that type of consideration?
The keeping the assets open one, or?
Well, it's wider objectives.
The wider objectives. Yes.
This is not the witness for this. Really, I didn't object to the document because it's all very interesting and very helpful, actually. But whether it arises out of cross-examination, it may or may not do. But this is well beyond this witness's experience and expertise.
I think I'm perfectly entitled, given the questions that Mr. Steed has asked about deliverability, where the Council has put in a document discussing how it would go through a process of delivering our alternative solution. To not ask my witness, who's a trustee on the trusts, about this document would seem to be bizarre. I just don't see what's wrong with that questioning, given the nature of the cross-examination, the question on deliverability, and the lodging of this specific document, which covers the specific instance of the circumstance whereby there's another procurement process to go through.
So there are two issues here. One is best value, and I cannot see how Mr. Liddle is an expert on that. And the second issue is supporting wider objectives. Well, that comes right back to all the planning considerations and the string of pearls, etc. I'd be very surprised indeed if Mr. Liddle is familiar with that. We've had rather a lot of evidence about this, but Mr. Liddle is clearly very experienced, but not in these issues.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure that this can take us anywhere, or that this witness can help us too much with this, unless you can focus a question back related to the examination.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you, sir. What wider objectives would the delivery of a national music school achieve, Mr. Liddle?
I think there are quite a few wider objectives. It would enable, as I said earlier, for the school to become potentially the National Music School of Scotland. I think it would provide public access to the foyer and concert hall on a regular basis without disturbing the running of the school. I think it would enable enhanced community outreach and engagement. And I think it would end up providing Scotland with a fantastic cohort of ambassadors, of people who can play music, can sing, can be composers, can be conductors, in a way that perhaps we've not fully appreciated from St Mary's itself. So I think these outcomes, the wider outcomes, the non-economic outcomes, and I'm deliberately keeping to those, are really very important indeed, and they're part of what Dunard Fund is very keen to see occur.
Then goes on to provide an example of how the disposal of the Lothian chambers had been to a French consulate, and apparently that was deemed to be also retaining public access to the building. In terms of that, how would you view the Royal High School occupied by the Trust and the school be in terms of retaining public access to the building? And we're talking about the Royal High School building.
Well, public access is going to be available really all the time to the main areas of the performance space and the foyer, because they've been designed in such a way as to enable full public access and full disability access at all times without disturbing the running of the school or the integrity of the school. And so I think that's really important, that public access is available at all times.
I think going back to the decision-making, I've taken you off on that tangent through the Royal High School Preservation Trust decision-making. Finally, what formal decision-making has been undertaken by the relevant trustees of the school?
The decision taken by the school is that it should move, and that it should move, if at all possible, to the former Royal High School buildings. They see that as being really very appropriate for them for all the reasons I've said. But where else can a school move where it doesn't have to pay any of the costs of having a fully available school that they have designed to such an extent, we even know where in the building the headmaster will be, where in the building the bursar will be. It's been so carefully designed throughout to fulfil the school's current needs and also their prospective needs.
Mr. Innes, I'm going to just interrupt you briefly, but you will be able to continue. I've just been sitting thinking about the last answer that Mr. Liddell gave, and that was that there would be public access to the performance venue and associated areas at all times. Do you mean at all times, or when there are performances and exhibitions and so on running?
Yes, I think I mean when there are going to be performances and exhibitions, but the opportunity for exhibitions could be at all times. I think it's fair to pick me up on that point, that the performance hall may be available only during in relation to performances rather than all times.
So not unrestricted public.
But there has been conversation about whether at times of the festival that this would become a festival hub, and that therefore there would be possibility for, but then that's only at that time of year, so I accept there is a restriction there. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Sorry, Mr. Innes.
I think we were at formal decision making by school. And before we leave funding, I've just got one further clarification, and then we'll go to a bit more about the school, because you were asked a number of questions about the school. In terms of cross-examination, you were asked about the £10 million for the school and how it would be accounted for, and at what point it would appear in the accounts. Could you just explain, if you make a commitment in July, August 2018, how and when that will be reflected in the accounts?
It'll be reflected in the accounts when we receive that money and decide to put it aside within our current funding as a pledge. So any funds that relate to current funding, we keep, and we keep a pledge book so that we know what it's effectively, in our language, become a restricted fund, and the rest is unrestricted and available for us to use. In the pipeline, there are other funds that we know are going to come in, but they haven't come in yet because, as I explained in my precognition, the funds from Edmondson Electrical come in roughly once a year. But, of course, our giving happens on a more regular basis. So there's a liaison that goes on to make sure that any commitments we make will be funded.
And in that context, do you have knowledge of what funding is going to be made available?
No, not always in the total, but we know that we have knowledge that anything we've committed that we don't currently have funds for will come, but we don't necessarily know the total because that's in the gift of Edmondson Electrical to decide. So they would treat our committed amount as a minimum that they would give, and then they may decide, presumably on their own criteria, how much additional they may then give to enable DUNARD Fund to provide funding elsewhere.
I now want to come on, because you ask a number of questions about intent, knowledge, etc., about the music school. And I want to first of all look at document 692, please.
I have it here. It's the BOP consulting report. I think I made brief reference to it in connection with Yehudi Menuhin.
Well, perhaps we can understand the context of the document. What is it?
The Trust asked BOP Consulting to do an impact assessment so that it had its own independent assessment of what might happen if we put the music school into the former Royal High School buildings, over and above any work that the music school might do itself.
And can we see at the back of the document, if we go to page 30 of 39 electronic copy, but page 30 on the hard copy?
I'm at page 30.
What is set out there, please?
Well, mine is Appendix 1, methodology.
Yes. And what's it telling us, the breakdown of the approach?
Looking at objectives of the project and then working out the methodology for the project. Inception and framework design, research and analysis, and then reporting. Yeah. So that's what they did.
And does it subsequently provide on page 31 process of a list of consultees. Is that?
It does.
And what's the purpose of consulting stakeholders?
Obviously, to obtain specialist knowledge relevant to the assessment being carried out.
So, in terms of the placemaking impact, if we could look at page 6 of 39, or it starts, I think, on page 6 of the document.
I'm there.
What
yes,
do you
sorry,
understand is the purpose of why would these consultants be considering placemaking?
Placemaking is very important in relation to Dúnadh Fund's sort of cultural vision for Edinburgh and enabling the school to form an integral part, not only of that vision, but also an integral part of Edinburgh. It's a redundant building at the moment, and this could really bring it to life.
Sir, I don't wish to in any way interrupt my learned friend, but I do wonder if this arises out of cross-examination. It's a matter for you, of course, but we are rather struggling at this side of the room to understand that.
I was wondering myself.
Well,
any help?
Yes, the question of what was intended by the trust was very clearly a matter which was raised in cross-examination. The position that was repetitively put was that the trust was constantly set up just to stop something else happening. And all that I'm doing is going back in re-examination to suggest that the trust and the consultants may have had wider aspirations than merely to stop what they thought were inappropriate hotel proposals.
Well, so the evidence is quite clear about that the initial purpose of setting up the trust was indeed to stop the hotel proposal, and Mr Liddle very fairly accepted that no professional advice had been taken at the time of that initial decision. It was only taken subsequently. So this most certainly, if that's the purpose, it does not arise out of cross and is directly opposite to the evidence that's before the inquiry.
Well, I just don't. That's just nonsense, and I'll just put that in context. What the position is that Mr Steele may have got a concession about what the initial objective of the trust was, but if that trust's objective has developed, I think that directly relates to how it developed and what were the thought process behind it. It's the same issue. What are the trust's intentions? And I don't think it is out with re-examination in the context of a specific issue raised about what the trust's intentions were. And if I'm stopped from going there, I'm restricted to considering only those at the initial stage. And I don't think that's fair, because I'm quite entitled to explore how the trust developed its further proposals in conjunction with the music school.
It would help me, Mr Liddle, if you could set this into some kind of time frame. So the answers you were giving earlier about the intentions, do they precede or do they follow this document? Is it 2016, this one? 2016, yes. Just
2016,
yeah. So just help me try and get that in context. Which came first?
By the time 2016 came, we were in detailed discussion with the music school, and we had decided that it would be useful in the trust to do our own impact assessment of what the music school, what all the outcomes of the music school in the former Royal High School buildings would be. So this came during the process of our working out what our proposals were.
Having already reached the intention to, as you were answering earlier, intervene in this process.
Yes, so that was the first thing we did. And then the second thing, when the serendipity arrived, that we were looking for users, and one effectively cropped up that just fitted the bill so excellently. We then started going into much more detail on that proposal. The school also did its own work, but we decided that we'd like to have the comfort of doing some of our own as well. And looking at it in the round as to just what the impacts would be, that's what an impact assessment, of course, does. But doing the impact of what this would be for Edinburgh, and not just can the school work in here economically. This is almost like the non-economic appraisal of what it would be like.
Yeah, I understand that, and we have that information before us. It doesn't arise directly out of what the answers in cross-examination, does it?
Well, it does, because I can phrase it another way. How does the DUNAD fund express its quality in terms of project? And, that did specifically arose and was specifically raised. So, I mean, I don't expect to be more than 5-10 minutes on this document, but it does got specific issues. It then, for example, Mr. Steele raised the question of, have we considered concert halls? This document specifically considers concert halls of size and scale and how it fits. So it is all directly related to matters that have been raised. And I don't, as I say, intend to be particularly lengthy.
Okay, carry on then. Thank you. We've lost your microphone.
In terms of the end of that section, we get a number of examples of other buildings, historic buildings, used for cultural centres. Do we see that? I think that's on page...
Page 9, are you?
Yeah.
Page 9 and 10?
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is all about understanding the context of what you're trying to achieve. Is that correct?
Yes, it's showing the quality and value of the buildings that others have gone into successfully in a way that a school could go successfully return, in effect, to the old high school buildings.
If we then move forward into the next section, which is pretty important, because this is essentially going beyond the placemaking and into the cultural impact. And the first is raising the profile of Scotland's musical training and tradition, which I presume is a reference to the National Music School.
It's certainly to the specialist music school as it is now, but to the aspiration of a national music school, yes.
And insofar as it then goes on to highlight the nature and character of facilities of other specialist music schools, is that relevant to the aspiration which the Trust was seeking to achieve?
Very much so, because it proves it can be done. And comparators are always extremely important in ensuring confidence in projects.
And in looking at those other exemplars which we have there, which is the Yehudi Menuhin School at page 12, and the other two schools on page the next things, how does that compare with the current facilities that St Mary's has to operate under?
As we established earlier, the Yehudi Menuhin is the one that's probably closest in relation to size. Chetham's is a very large and successful music school, probably the leader. Purcell School also, where it's rather like the Trust proposal has mixed old and new architecture very successfully.
And what about the facilities? If we look under each of the headings, we get given an indication of facilities.
Yep.
And what does that tell us in compared to what St Mary's currently has to offer?
Again, the Yehudi Menuhin School is very similar in the number of seats in its auditorium. Chetham's is a little bit bigger. But as I say, with comparators, one can learn through scale what works and what doesn't work.
From this document, how important is performance space to a specialist music school?
Vital, as are rehearsal rooms, I should point out as well, because quite often it's easier to find performance space than rehearsal room. And one of the great advantages of the former Royal High School buildings is that it can do both.
Now, the next aspect was whether, because this all comes under cultural offer, is the actual music space that's created for performance space. It's called Enhancing the City's Cultural Offer, and that's page 14 of 39. A very open question. Have the Trust, in formulating their proposals, had regard to the facilities that are available elsewhere?
Very much so, yes.
and how does the Trust view the potential relationship between the development of the National Music School and the Impact Centre at St Andrews Square?
Sorry, beg your pardon. They have excellent synergies, and indeed, it's not for me to guess, but it could be that Impact Scotland is asked to run the concert hall in St Mary's Music School at the Royal High School buildings, if the school didn't want to run it itself. These are options that would even tighten that synergy, that cultural synergy, more.
And finally, if we could leave that document and move to document CD 563, which is the design and access statement for the Trust proposals. Now, if we go to section 4 of the report, it's heading St Mary's Music School. Do we see that?
I do.
What influence did the St Mary's Music School have in the development of the proposals that went forward for planning permission?
Very considerable. As I said earlier, the design is very much around the music school, although that design could be adapted reasonably easily to other educational uses. The music school was heavily involved in making the design, and I think I made the slightly churlish remark that we even knew where the headmaster and the bursar would be. But that's the degree of working out the rehearsal rooms, all the requirements for boarders, all the requirements for teaching and performance, and all the requirements for public and disability access. So all of that was dealt with in close liaison with the architects.
And is that one of the reasons for the foyer being included in the design proposals?
It's the principal reason that the foyer is open, so that the public can enjoy the facade and the access to the foyer and the performance space without harming the integrity of the school if it happens at a time when the school is in session. Now,
in terms of we've seen the report previously about BOP, about the flexibility of the hall being of and how that might fit within the overall scene. If we see under the opportunity presented by the Royal High School, we see a statement about halfway down that first paragraph in section 4. The debating chamber could be set up in a variety of configurations, allowing solo recitals, chamber music, and even small-scale choral music. The unique nature of the hall would make it popular for local and visiting concert-goers. What went into the formulation of the proposals for the hall in that respect? Yeah.
Could you repeat that?
Yeah. Why is the hall configured to be flexible?
Because it's such a dynamic space, and although it costs quite a bit more money to make it flexible, it's very important, I think, for all different types of music. And the music school does not deal just with classical, it deals with jazz, it deals with Scottish music, it deals with blends of cultures. So at times you would have only one performer, you might have 4 performers, you might have 25 performers, and so that the need to be able to rake the floor or to depress the floor or to have seating in the round or seating in theatre style is very important. And so again, part of the quality that Dunard Fund is prepared to pay for is to ensure that flexibility, so that whatever is on will have the maximum appropriateness of staging.
And insofar as the school involves both a public performing space and essentially a teaching space, how has that been designed to manage those potential issues?
It's been designed, the flow through the building is very interesting, both for the school and for public access. The school flow works across the entirety of the building and therefore including the public performance space, whereas for the public, the flow works so that it's only through the foyer and the public performance space. So it's been very cleverly designed to enable that to occur. So that it's quite possible for performances to happen on a very regular basis while the school is in session.
Thank you, sir. That concludes your examination.
Thank you, Mr. Innes. Thank you, Mr. Liddle. Well, yes, we'll have a lunch break now. Come back at 2 o'clock.
So can I just suggest, realistically, I think it's unlikely we're going to get beyond one further witness, namely Mr. Narrow, this afternoon. I raise that because if that is correct, it may be that two landscape consultants who are either in the room or not far away, certainly one is here, could be released until tomorrow rather than hang about all afternoon. I don't realistically see us getting on to Mr. Welsh this afternoon.
Do you realistically see us getting through Mr. Welsh tomorrow?
Yes, sir. And before the end of the day.
Yeah,
yes.
Early closure. Okay, thank you. Happy with that, Mr. Innes?
It seems to make utter sense. It is a waste of time, people sitting here, when it's, what we'd be talking about is half an hour or whatever. It's not sensible use of time.
And the sun's shining, so released. Thank you very much. 2 o'clock. Okay, Mr. Innes, your next witness.
Yes, thank you, sir. The next witness on behalf of the Trust is David Narrow. Good afternoon, Mr. Narrow. You have a precognition, and I would invite you to read your precognition, please.
Good afternoon. I am David Narrow, a chartered structural engineer, currently chairman and a director of David Narrow Associates, a practice of consulting structural and civil engineers based in Edinburgh. Details of my relevant experience are outlined below. My evidence responds to the continued reference to two documents prepared by Arup before the appeal. There was an original critique attached to the planning statement in relation to the second scheme, that's CD 186, and also a further standalone document, CD 289. I refer to these as the Arup reports. David Narrow Associates was first engaged by RHSPT in autumn of 2015 to provide structural engineering advice in respect of its application to the City of Edinburgh Council to convert the former Royal High School to a new home for St Mary's Music School. David Narrow Associates prepared the structural engineering input for those development proposals. The Trust's applications were approved by CEC in February 2017. As a consequence of my company's involvement with the Trust over the past 3 years and previous involvement with the site by the practice and individuals in the practice, I have good knowledge of the site. We reviewed the Appellant Scheme 1 and 2 proposals from a structural engineering standpoint and provided a rebuttal to criticisms made in the Arup's reports. Our response is CD 584. I also attended the accompanied site inspection with the reporters on the 10th of May 2018. I'm an honours graduate of the University of Edinburgh, a chartered engineer, a fellow of the Institution of Civil Engineers, a fellow of the Institution of Structural Engineers, and a conservation accredited registered engineer. I was elected an honorary fellow of the RIAS in September 2015. I have over 40 years' experience as a consulting engineer. I have a special interest in architectural engineering and in conservation and remedial works. I have been an advisor to Edinburgh and Newtown Conservation Committee in their handbook, served on the RIAS Conservation Committee, currently serve on the Conservation Liaison Group, and I'm an external tutor at Edinburgh University Department of Architecture. I'm a member of the Historic Environment Scotland Peer Review Panel, and I'm currently chairman of the Scottish Lime Centre Trust. I served as a board member of the Scottish Registration Board from 2005 to 2015 I was an auditor and am still an approved certifier. I was chairman of the Scottish branch of the Institution of Structural Engineers for the session 2003 to 2004. I also served on the Council, the Professional Conduct Committee and the Strategic Studies Steering Group of the Institution of Structural Engineers in London. I was elected to Council for 2006 to 2009. After graduating, I worked for 2 leading consulting engineers in Edinburgh, and then in 1986 set up my own practice. This has now grown to where we now employ approximately 60 staff over 4 offices in Scotland. I have a broad experience in a wide range of project types. I have a special expertise in the fields of conservation and historic buildings and have been involved in a number of complex refurbishment projects. I have extensive experience of reporting on the structural condition of historic buildings, from stately homes to ruined castles, including proposals for the repair, refurbishment and reuse of these properties. As a practice, we are considered the first choice of conservation engineers in Scotland by many organisations, including Historic Environment Scotland and the National Trust for Scotland, as well as individual clients and trusts. Relevant project experience includes the National Museums Scotland, the Chamber Street in Edinburgh. There was a master plan followed by implementation of a £45 million project, including major excavations and slappings beneath a Category A listed building, including major openings beneath a fragile facade and lowering of foundations to form a deeper basement. The architect for that project was Hoskins Architects. Stirling Toll Booth, major alterations and refurbishment of a Category A listed building, including major remodelling and restoration of historic fabric. The architect for that project was Richard Murphy Architects, with Simpson and Brown helping with the conservation side. I didn't note that here. The Scottish National Gallery on the Mound, Edinburgh, a major extension and alterations to a Category A listed building, including substantial works to form a new basement gallery and access tunnels to the original basement, under a masonry portico with Doric columns, partly built over railway tunnels. The architects there are Hoskins Architects. And the Glasgow School of Art, the Mackintosh Building in Glasgow, structural advice on fire damaged building, major refurbishment project, and now further structural advice on the subsequent fire damage, the architects for that being Page and Park Architects. The evidence I will present will focus on the structural engineering aspects of the 2 schemes that the appellant has prepared for the former Royal High School site and the proposals for the trust scheme. The proposals the proposals for the planning application and listed building consent made by the Trust were subject to a critique by ARP in their reports. We were asked by the Trust to review these and provide a response. That's CD 584. It's clear from the critique produced by ARP that they have misunderstood the proposals and have in a number of instances exaggerated for effect the proposed alterations shown in the Trust scheme. The critique also involved commenting on temporary downtakings required to allow access for plant and equipment into the building to carry out the works. These were not appropriate and would not have been suggested by somebody who had experience of undertaking works of this nature in this type of building. At no time were we approached to explain our proposals, nor were we told that they were preparing such a critique until it was in the public realm. The ARP documents are not attributed to an individual author. I have considered the likely effects of the proposed developments on the fabric of the building and concluded that there is little difference in the hotel proposals and the Trust's scheme in terms of excavation and loss of structural fabric. Indeed, the Trust's proposed excavation is likely to be less than that of the appellant's Scheme 1, although this is much reduced in their Scheme 2. The total area of external masonry to be lost in the appellant's schemes to form doorways, etc., greatly exceeds that loss to form the 2 accesses proposed in the Trust proposals. In any project of this type, there are obviously inherent risks associated with the formation of openings in existing walls and the lowering of foundations to form basements or access. There are no significant differences between the 3 schemes regarding the risk factors. Any operation of this type demands the highest level of care and skill, both from the contractors on site, but also, prior to any works being executed, from the structural engineers in the initial assessment of the structure of the building, its condition, and any indications of deterioration, and the choice of both permanent structure and, even more critically, the method of work in the temporary state, including temporary support works. The proposals for the trust scheme are at the planning stage. This means that they have to be considered and be workable, but without fine detail. It also means that they are still able to be adjusted to suit the actual existing structure found on further investigation. Our proposed structure is based on the historic drawings, site experience and knowledge of the construction of buildings of this type and age. There will undoubtedly be a need for further review once a detailed survey is carried out. Having reviewed all three schemes, I believe that the works outlined are likely to be capable of being carried out without significant risk to the fabric of the retained buildings and structures.
Thank you, Mr. Narrow. I have a number of matters to raise in chief, which largely arise from what I believe to have been evidence led last week. And the first is we're going to look at the accommodation block and how that can be constructed. And I think before we get into the detail of that, could you have CD 714 and 716 available, please?
Right, I have these. Thanks.
I think those were raised, I think possibly with Mr. Robb in cross-examination last week, or even the week before. But it was about how the accommodation block could be constructed against the boundary wall. And I think what we'd do first of all is identify exactly what we're talking about. So A7, in CD 714, we're essentially talking about the windows that appear on the right-hand side of the second section in glass above the wall. So, do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of how far that goes round, you have to look at CD 716 because it partially extends round onto the eastern elevation as well.
That's correct.
Yeah. And just so that we can understand and orientate ourselves in relation to that, so when we're talking about that accommodation block and the southern boundary wall, it runs along the southern boundary and also extends slightly to the east.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And equally, can we see that that feature, i.e. the glass structure, does not extend into what we might call the next extent of eastern boundary wall, which is that which abuts or adjoins the Belvedere Tower.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So any text that might have suggested in the design and access statement that the glass window feature was to be taken round onto that eastern elevation is not accurate when you look at these drawings.
That's correct.
Having looked at those two aspects, I think probably would it be best to look at documents CD 707 and CD 696, i.e. the before and after levels, and you could perhaps give us an explanation of how you understand that the accommodation block could be constructed, but perhaps if you could give, in the first instance, your understanding of the character of that southern and eastern wall insofar as we're going to be putting glass windows on top of it. So if I could just ask you to explain with reference to 696 and 707 those particular aspects, please, Mr. Narrow.
The wall in question, which is currently the boundary, the south boundary of the playground behind the lunch hall, is actually a boundary wall. there have been references made in the inquiry to being a retaining wall, but all the information we have is in actual fact it's a boundary wall. The levels on either side are the same, or within millimetres of each other.
And where do you gain that information from?
There's the ground, sorry, on CD 696, the ground levels are shown on that, as is the top of wall. So if you look at, well, it's very difficult to look at, but you have to look, if you look approximately where the toilets are in the accommodation, in the luncheon block, just to the right of that, there are two levels marked either side of the wall, which are a very small scale on the drawing I'm looking at, but I believe are 72.24 and 72 something else. I can't quite read it. Yes. Yes, 72.24. Along from it is 72.26, and on the other side of the wall we've got 72.25. So, for example, the two ground levels either side of the wall are within 10 millimetres of each other.
What's that generally telling you about that southern boundary wall?
That it's not a retaining wall, it's purely a boundary wall.
Sorry, just so that I understand this, difference between 72.24 and 72.05 is 10 millimetres.
72.26 is the number I've got.
I'm looking in the wrong place, sorry.
Just to the right of the toilets, in the sort of space between the wall and the wall, as it were.
Yeah.
72.24, then 72.26.
Thank you. Looking at the wrong end. Thanks.
Yeah. And the other side is 72.25. There's also a wall height there of 74.34. And that's true as you go around the wall, more or less the similar figures.
Having ascertained that particular position, could you perhaps explain how the accommodation block can be constructed and its potential interaction with the southern boundary wall?
Well, obviously, this is something which will have to be confirmed by trial pit to check exactly what the underside of this wall is, where the foundations are of the wall. However, it's our intention that sorry, to go back a step, the roof of this building is going to be accessible, so therefore will have to be of reasonably substantial construction. It's our intention that this roof will span from side to side and in an east-west direction, if you like, from the dividing wall between each of the bedrooms, so that there'll be very little load at all attached to the south boundary of these rooms, i.e. Adjacent to the existing wall. Now, the fact that it's not a retaining wall and there's already a building close to it, which is more or less the same level as where we're heading to put our building at, the increase in load in this wall will be non-existent, other than the weight of windows, perhaps.
And in terms of the ability to construct foundations and where the loads would lie, could you perhaps just explain how that could occur?
Well, all the load will therefore be carried by the north-south walls at right angles to the boundary wall, and they will then, there'll be virtually no load to be carried on a foundation adjacent to the existing south boundary wall. There'll be a minor internal wall which will be carried by a thickening of the ground slab, which will effectively act as a raft in that point.
Do you see any difficulty with what is proposed on this occasion being capable of being constructed?
None at all.
And what implications does it have for the southern boundary wall, in your professional opinion?
There should be no impact whatsoever on the wall.
A few further points that have been made, and if you could keep 707 out, because we're going to come back to that later. There have been a number of suggestions that the Belvedere Tower is going to be used as a plant room. What do you understand is proposed within the Belvedere Tower?
As far as I've been made aware, the Belvedere Tower will purely be used to carry some flue pipes up to to a higher level for it to be exhausted to the air.
And whilst we're on other equipment that might have been mentioned last week, I understand that reference was made to some chiller units. If we could look at CD 708, please.
It's a matter for you, sir, but I don't recall any reference to chiller units. I think that's about the one thing that we didn't deal with, but if you find it helpful.
If it's a matter for my memory, then that's maybe...
Well, I understood there was accusations of us having to go through the retaining wall to the chiller unit, which is located above the north of the site.
I certainly recall discussion of plant in addition to the flues. I'm not sure about chiller units. It may be the same thing, I don't know.
Well, sir, I certainly don't recollect putting anything about chiller units at all. But a lot happened, and it may have been a slip of the tongue, but I really, really, really don't think so.
Mr. Steele, are you happy that we go there, or are you just trying to save time for us?
I'd prefer to save time, sir, but it's a matter for you.
Well, perhaps just... I've been advised that there had been reference to infrastructure cables going through the retaining wall at the rear of the proposed development site. And we have a piece of infrastructure that's located to the north of the retaining wall, and I presume that was the reference to it. But if nothing turns on it, I don't have to deal with it if that's... It's not
I'm curious now. I want to know where this is. Sorry for... Take us there, please.
Okay. If we go to CD 708, please, Mr. Naira, could you point out where the chiller unit's supposed to go?
Yes, excuse me, I'll hold this up. The chiller units are this rectangle here, if you can see that.
Oh, yes.
Which is above the classrooms, behind the retaining wall.
What do you understand is proposed there?
What's intended, from what I've been led to believe, is that we're to create a housing for chiller units, which will be have to retain some ground to the rear, i.e. to the north, but will be above or at the level, floor slab of it, the level of the slab of it will be at approximately the top of the retaining wall.
Okay.
These are carrying chiller units for chilling the plant.
And what's the size of the pipe that comes out of the chiller unit such as this?
I'm led to believe that the size of the pipe going to these chiller units will be 35 millimetres in diameter, but we'll have some insulation around it, which would be about another, giving you a total figure of about 150 millimetres.
And would there be flexibility as to how one got that to various other parts of the site?
Absolutely, yes.
I don't think we need to go there, but 709 shows the chiller units at a slightly higher level.
Yes, that's right.
Which shows that the chiller units are sunk in rather than sitting atop the ground. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Would there be any need in terms of the pipe from the chiller unit to go through the rear retaining wall for any reason?
Not that I can see, no.
Promise you would come back to CD 707. And rather than looking at the edge of the site, I'd like to go right underneath the Royal High School, please, and the portico entrance. Well, not the portico entrance, the foyer entrance, please. Underneath the portico. Do we see there that effectively at the level shown in 707 that we have essentially the entrance doorways to the foyer? Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
What are the thick black lines denoting within the drawing here?
These are indicating separation between the three channels, if you like, into the building. And that's almost certainly where we'll be putting structure.
What about the black lines there?
Similarly.
And what I'm going to ask you now to do is to look at CD 563, please.
That's great, thank you. Yes, I have that.
To section 10 of the document, please. In terms of the position of the doorways and having structures underneath it and between the doors, why would you put on these drawings that they're going to be structures in that location?
Excuse me. You mean, for example, on the drawing we note 1415 on the drawing at the first part of that?
Well, I was going back to CD 707, where we had structures being put in place in the doorways, between the various doorways. Why would you have that shown on the planning drawings?
Well, we need to indicate how we're going to create these openings.
Yep.
And the worst case scenario would be a clear span opening, where we would have to have a beam that allowed the full opening to be completely unobstructed. And in a situation like this, you would want to limit that, and in fact, our suggestion here is for there to be 3 openings, if you like, to create the one large opening.
And what effect does that actually have?
What that does is it limits the risk involved, and it very much changes the way that the loads are carried down from the existing structure that remains above to the foundation level, which is underneath the opening.
And have you got any examples of?
There's a very clear example, which is the Royal Museum in Chambers Street, where we did an almost identical situation.
And is that illustrated here?
It is, yes.
Which drawing is that?
If you look at, on the next page, the second page of section 10, there are 4 figures which actually show this, the operation to create these openings in the Royal Museum. And perhaps the 4th one, figure 5, will give you the best indication of what the end result is. It has the additional advantage of restricting the size of the beams over the openings.
Is that why you illustrated them here?
Yes, that's exactly why we illustrated them.
Thank you. And if you go one page further on in the document, do we see drawing number SK02?
Yes.
And whilst it is in plan form, could you explain essentially what this is giving an indication of in terms of the likely material that's likely to be encountered in respect of the various parts of the excavation that would be required to create the foyer?
The two dominant colours are a sort of pinky red colour and a blue colour. The pinky red is to indicate where we think from the information we have that we'll be excavating mainly or into rock, at least partially, whereas in the blue colour the excavation would be into fill material.
And what are the what does the drawing SK02 indicate where the likely bulk of the rock extraction is likely to be?
The majority of the rock extraction will be under the existing hull.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this stage.
Thank you, Mr. Innes. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Narrow, good afternoon to you. Firstly, am I right in thinking that you were originally involved in this project along with Gareth Hoskin Associates on behalf of my clients?
I have been involved, and my practice has been involved with another project prior to our involvement in the music school project, yes.
No, that wasn't the question, Mr. Narrow. Was your firm originally involved along with Gareth Hoskin Associates in relation to the Royal High School, in particular at the competition stage?
My firm was involved in another scheme, which I can't make any further reference to.
Was it not in relation to the Royal High School?
It was in relation to the Royal High School.
Yes, thank you. And am I also right in thinking, if we look at paragraph 15 of your precognition, that you are either annoyed or concerned about the approach by Arabs in relation to these issues? Is that correct?
I think I'm concerned that there has been a misunderstanding which, of our proposals, which could have been clarified if we'd been approached by Arabs to ask for comment.
And is it right that you have or have endeavoured to make professional complaints in relation to Arab?
I can't make any comment on that.
You don't wish to answer that question, Mr. Narrow?
I didn't say I didn't wish to answer it. I said I can't answer it.
And is there a reason that questions have been put on more than one occasion to establish the author of the documents with a view to facilitating such a complaint?
In my precognition, I make it clear that the critiques by Arabs are not authored, which is extremely unusual from a firm of that type, and I know from personal experience of Arabs that they have a very strict system for showing both author and checker, and normally a third party, which dates and authors any report from that practice. In this case, there isn't one.
And do you realise and or accept, Mr. Narrow, that the documents come out in the name of Arabs and are the product of the opinion of several members of Arab? Do you accept that?
No, I don't accept that because I've got no knowledge on that. They are titled Arabs, yes, but I have no idea whether they were written by one individual or by a team.
Firstly, just because I'm intrigued about it, could we return to the chillers or coolers or whatever they are Mr. Narrow, before we get into
Yes, sure.
other matters. I don't believe that I asked any questions about this before, but let me do so now. What is it exactly that these are?
These are pieces of plant. I don't have a full specification for them because I'm not the M&E consultant on this project.
What is the purpose of them?
They'll be to cool hot liquid, probably from the heating system or the cooling system for the building.
And where exactly is it intended that these pieces of plant or equipment are to be located?
Right, it's shown quite clearly on CD 709 that these are, excuse me, to the north of the teaching block.
Yes, and are they also to the north of the retaining wall?
They are, yes.
And they appear to be hard up against the retaining wall?
They do.
And just for the notes, can you tell us the order of magnitude of these pieces of plant and equipment?
No, I can't. I'm sorry, I don't have that information.
Well, would you like to borrow my scale rule?
Oh, you mean in terms of size? That's not what I thought you meant. In terms of size, the construction that will be formed to put the plant into is approximately 10 metres by 4 metres.
And that is shown on two different levels, one being the upper ground and one being the first floor level. Is that correct?
I've got the first floor level in front of me. Yes, I think the other one showed that as well.
It's 708 for the upper ground and balcony. Just to help me a bit, Mr. Narrow, what exactly is it that is intended to be done here? Is there to be a built structure? Do I now notice that there are some steps going up to it or down to it? What exactly is intended?
I don't have fine detail on this, I have to say. However, from what I've been informed, this is to be effectively an open-topped box, which will be presumably camouflaged in some form to some extent. But the chillers need to be to have free access to air. So effectively, I think the best way to describe it would be an open-top box where the side walls, the walls running north-south, will be tapered so that it's allows as much air as possible around the chillers.
And what are those walls, which, as I understand it, are being three sides of this to be built out of?
They'll be reinforced concrete, I would imagine.
Over at least two levels, or is it more?
No, they're a single level. They're shown on both drawings because one shows it as a plan view from above. That's the roof of it, effectively. And
that is to be reached, as I understand it, by steps, which is in the southeast corner of the box. Is that what that is?
It would appear to be so, yes.
And is there also then a walkway constructed going east or slightly northeast up towards the Belvedere?
There's a path.
And then it goes up in a northerly direction towards the path to the hill?
That would be, yes, for service access.
And the path, can you give us any indication as to what the path is to be constructed out of?
No, I can't. It's not been discussed as yet. But it wouldn't be of any formal construction.
And if this is to serve as a cooling for the classroom block, is that so?
I'm surmising so. As I said earlier,
how can that be done unless it connects to the classroom block?
We've already discussed the connection. There's a pipe to be... It's a bit like a refrigerant pipe, might be a better way of describing it. So the pipe will have to access liquid. Liquid will have to access from the plant at the plant room to the chillers.
Right. And the plant room is on the other side of the retaining wall?
The plant room is in the northeast corner of what's currently the playground, or where the gym block is.
Sorry, I may have forgotten this. It follows then that the pipe will have to go through the retaining wall.
It certainly doesn't follow that, no.
How is it going to get there?
Well, it'll go up through the Belvedere, then be carried along behind the retaining wall.
I see. So the 3 pipes that we see in the Belvedere are not, as I erroneously thought before, vent pipes going up to the fresh air. One of them must therefore be the pipe, the cooling pipe going to the chilling unit we've just discussed. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's correct. From what I've been informed, and as I've already said, I'm a structural engineer, not a mechanical engineer. The 3 pipes are flue vents of some form. The pipe that we're talking about is a very modest piece of plant. It's a 35mm pipe, so probably wouldn't be shown in a drawing at this scale.
Right. Well, let us get on to more mainstream structural engineering issues, Mr. Narrow, if we may. In relation to this building, have you undertaken a structural engineer of the structural survey, of the building?
No.
Would that be usual?
If we'd had access, we would have carried out a full structural survey of the building.
Yes. But would it be usual to have drawings of the type that we see, and you giving evidence at an inquiry of this type when you have not carried out a proper or full structural survey? Would that be normal?
It varies from project to project. I don't think you can say one thing is normal or the other. It would certainly be preferable.
Yes, indeed. Have you ever prepared drawings of the type that we have before us, except on this occasion, without having carried out a proper structural survey?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Oh, numerous occasions for a variety of projects, normally on a smaller scale or where it's not possible to carry out any opening up works to investigate the current structure. Anything
on a scale of this nature or in relation to a building of this sensitivity, Mr. Narrow?
Not that I can think of just at this moment, no.
Right. Can I ask you a little bit about water first? Are you aware of the water runoff issues from Carlton Hill?
The fact that we've got a very thin covering to the rock doesn't surprise me that there are issues to do with water runoff from Carlton Hill. There are also photographs which indicate water coming through the rear retaining wall.
So what provision have you made to deal with that issue?
The new building will be set back slightly from the retaining wall to allow a form of access, a space between the two, the modern construction, the new construction and the old construction, to allow for a channel to be formed in that area.
What sort of channel is that you have in mind?
A waterproof channel that will allow the water to drain, if there is such a problem with drainage, to allow the water to drain away from the new building.
And will that require access for maintenance by whoever is responsible for that?
It really depends. That's a decision that can be made later. Either system can be done. You can either make it that it's not accessible or that you allow access in the future.
Mr. Narrow, you're here explaining your proposals. Which is it? Do you know?
No.
You don't know? You don't know whether it's hard up against the retaining wall or whether there's a standoff to allow an individual to go along and deal with this issue. Is that correct?
This has been raised as a potential problem, and this appropriate solution will be chosen at the time.
Well, is it fair to say you do not know what the solution to it is at this moment in time?
There is no solution to the situation at the moment because we don't have a measure of the degree of problem associated with water coming through the retaining wall.
And that's by virtue of the fact that you have not carried out a proper survey of the site, isn't it?
We haven't carried out a full survey of the site, no, correct.
And that's the reason that you don't know the details of this problem. Is that fair?
Amongst others, yes.
Well, coming to the others shortly. Right. Have you got a geotechnical report in relation to the building?
No, we don't.
Do David Narrow Associates employ geotechnical engineers?
No, we don't. Not specifically specialised geotechnical engineers, no.
And you rely on the expertise of others, geotechnical engineers, for that advice. Is that correct?
We rely on the expertise of others to supplement the knowledge that we have in-house, yes.
Do Arabs have geotechnical engineers?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, they do, yes.
And are you aware that they have indeed carried out structural surveys of the building and the site?
They've carried out a formal structural survey of the building, a very limited one, and they have carried out a geotechnical survey, which is yet to be completed. And there are a substantial number of boreholes available in the public realm already for the site and the surrounding area.
Can I ask us to go, please, to the design and access statement, which is document 536. 563 even, Mr. Narrow, apologies.
Yep, got that here.
And section 10, where we deal with the issue of structural design.
Yep.
Now, taking this matter as briefly as I, or we hopefully possibly can, at line 2, is it a matter of acceptance that there are significant structural engineering challenges?
Yes.
Can we agree, going on to the heading basement on line 2, that there require to be, for your scheme, significant structural intervention?
There are, excuse me, there are definitely structural interventions that are significant in this proposal.
If I turn the page to the next page, the first line refers to a clear span of 11 metres and the applied loads, etc. Where is the clear span of the 11 metres Mr. Narrow referred to here?
What it says is for a clear span of about 11 metres, and those are an indication of the openings which show in SK1 of 15. Sorry, the red line marked as 15.
Sorry, what are you referring to?
On the previous page,
15.
There's yes.
And that's the clear span.
That's a clear span, yes.
And that, perhaps can we just go to drawing CD721, which is a bigger to scale version of this.
Yeah.
Now, if I go from south to north, is it the most northerly of these interventions that you say is the 15-metre, the 11-metre intervention, number 15?
That's the largest intervention, yes.
Could you scale that off for me, please?
It's about 12 metres on this. 11 metres on this. Right.
Sorry, I'm still slightly confused to which opening we're talking about. There appeared to me to be about 4 openings through structure at that level, or at least 3.
The full width of that opening.
The most northerly of the...
Well, the most northerly opening isn't actually shown on this drawing, because it's the back wall of what was the furnace room.
Okay.
Sorry, because I didn't catch that.
The opening that you're referring to is 15, is the one that appears as 4 red blocks, if you like.
Yeah, okay.
Across the top.
Is that the one you've just scaled?
Yes, that's one I'm having trouble scaling, to be honest. The overall width of the shaded area is shown as about 12.5 metres.
Well, firstly, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm scaling it at 13 metres.
Well, I've got it. Well, it depends exactly what you take.
Let's not quibble about half a metre, but that's the one, the northerly one.
But that's not the drawing that shows the opening. That shows the overall downtakings. That's what the shaded red is. It's demolitions.
Yes. Just before we come to that, Mr. Narrow, did you say that there was another opening further north than the 13.5 metre opening?
There's a wall removal further north.
And where do we see that on this down-taking drawing 721?
It's the overall shaded area there indicates removals, including rock removal.
That includes a wall as well, does it?
Yes, you need to look at a section to see that.
Pardon?
You need to look at a section to get a clear indication of that.
We'll look at that presently. Can you just tell me the width of the wall to be removed that is north of the 13? Pardon?
The same width as one.
13.5 or thereby.
No, I said 12.5 and you said 13, I think.
Apologies. 12.5.
Okay.
And if I go south from the 12.5, 13 to another down-taking, that again is about the same width, isn't it? 12.5 or 13 without even scaling it?
Yes.
And then it steps in to about 8.5.
It steps into 8, but yes.
And then south to 8, and then south again. The most southerly is about 5.5.
Yes. Although those are not openings.
Sorry.
Those are not wall removals, the lowest ones. That's the railings.
Yes, but the one in the middle, so to speak, at 8.5, that is a wall, and then there's a couple of nibs coming out to make an opening of 8.5.
No, there's no opening more than 8 metres in the shaded area.
I'll let the reporters scale that themselves. Either 8 or 8.5, can we agree, Mr. Narrow? Now, if I return, please, to your design and access statement. At lines 3 and 4, is attention drawn to the need to limit the cracking or movement of the retained masonry above? Is that said?
Lines 3 and 4.
Back to the design and access statement under the heading permanent work.
Yes.
It is there stated in order to limit the cracking or movement of the retained masonry above. Firstly, can I ask what the masonry above is there that is referred to?
Well, it depends which opening we're talking about, but the one is the rear wall of the portico and the other one is basically where the columns of the portico are.
So, in short, it all refers to the portico?
Yes.
And do I note that you talk about limiting the cracking rather than eliminating it?
That's an engineering way of putting it, because you can never be... it's virtually impossible to guarantee that there will be no movement whatsoever.
You could guarantee that, Mr. Narrow, couldn't you?
No.
You could, by not removing this material from underneath the portico.
That's not what I was referring to, as you're well aware.
So, we can agree that if you remove this material underneath the portico, it would be impossible to guarantee no movement and no cracking.
Yes, it would be impossible to guarantee it. What you do in these situations is to understand the construction of the building and create a system of temporary works which absolutely limit it, and that limitation can be read very carefully with devices that are fixed to the building for measuring it.
But that only tells you what's happening, it doesn't eliminate it. Would that be fair?
The monitoring is to ensure that if there is any sign of any movement, then the works are stopped. What you do in the longer term is that you pre-deflect the new structure and restrict any movement within the building itself.
Now, the next few lines tell us of methods that may or may not be employed depending on what is found. Is that correct?
Yes.
But it is the most likely solution the goalpost arrangement of the type that you helpfully show in these illustrations?
That's the most likely solution, yes.
And if the goalposts are used, that means that there will be structural steel in a vertical position.
Correct.
And that will need to be out with the opening required. Is that correct? But by definition.
No, it's not entirely correct, because it's going back to your previous questions. The drawing that we were referring to earlier with the overall sizes included an allowance for removal of stone or increasing the width beyond the final opening width to insert vertical steel, yes.
Yeah, indeed. If I go back to your first sentence, first line, I should say, if you want a clear span of 11 metres, it follows that the goalposts will be outside and in addition to that 11 metres.
If you wanted a clear span of that figure, yes.
And where do you say on these drawings the goalposts will be located, Mr. Narrow? If I take the 12.5/13 width, which is the northerly slapping or downtaking, where do you say the steelwork will go?
Well, if you could refer to CD 707.
707. Just give me a moment, please.
Yeah. Okay. You'll see in that where the opening we're talking about at the moment, the larger clear span opening, that in fact there's a marked difference between this drawing and the drawing you were referring to with the red shading on it, because the red shading shows the full demolition, whereas this shows what you might refer to as nibs on the walls either side of the opening, coming into the full width of the opening, giving you the final clear opening. That's where the steelwork would be placed.
And the opening here is...
Microphone, please.
Sorry, sir.
I couldn't hear your microphone, and I looked around, you'd already switched it on.
I'm sorry, sir. In 707, which is 1 to 250, what is the opening, the doorway opening width, please?
I have 11 metres on
that. Not the doorway, 11 metres.
No, the clear opening, the one
further north.
The most northerly opening.
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Yes.
Opening of the doorway is 8.5 metres. That's the width of the doorway as shown in 707, isn't it?
So I don't want to object, but I think one thing that could be happening here is I think we need to be very specific about the areas we're talking about. And figures are being bandied about. We've had doorways. I just want to make sure that we're all working from the same bit of the plan, or otherwise there is scope for confusion. So if Mr. Steele says, well, the doorway is X, which doorway and exactly where are we talking about? I just feel there is the scope for ambiguity that could cause trouble later. So I'm just saying, it's not an objection, but I just think of saying the doorway is 8.5 is too vague, and we need to be precise about where we're talking about.
So I accept that absolutely, and I would like to be precise because this is very important.
If I don't understand, you'll be first to know, Mr. Steele.
So, Mr. Narrow, please, can you take your scale rule to the opening in 707 and tell me the width where it says something lobby? I can't read the first word, I'm sorry.
It's draft lobby.
Draft lobby.
Yes.
What is the width there?
I've got it measuring at about 8.5.
Well, that's happy because so do I. If I ask you to measure, please, at the same point in the downtaking drawings, the width of the red shaded area at the same point, if you follow me.
That's CD 721.
That is on CD 721, sir. Thank you.
That's about 8 points, just over 8.5, 8.75.
So, in short, something's wrong, Mr. Narrow, isn't it?
I would refer to the comment that I made in my precognition that these are planning drawings. These are not detailed structural drawings. So they are indicative. The other point that's not been made clearly on these drawings is that in discussion with the architect, should we want to limit the depth of the beam over openings, which we would do in this instance for a number of reasons, which I'm sure you'll come on to later, the size of the vertical members, the columns, will be relatively modest. So we'd be splitting that opening, for example, because of the load above it, into 3 openings, not 1 opening. And if you look at the already referred to figure for the Royal Museum, these were of the order of 150 millimetres wide. I can't remember the exact
Mr.
figure.
Narrow, was that 2 legs on that example, or 4?
There would be 4 legs,
One
one
at
at
each
either
end as
side
well.
and 2 in the
Okay,
middle.
thank
Yes.
you.
Mr. Narrow, if the width that we've just scaled off on drawing 721 is 8.5, and if the opening of the doorway shown on 707 are both 8.5, there's something wrong, isn't there?
As I said to you a moment ago, I thought I'd made myself clear. This level, the scale, is only approximate. It can't be taken to the accuracy you're talking about. I'm talking about adding approximately 300 millimetres to an opening. And so if I can't measure at this scale to that accuracy and on these drawings, and these are prints, they're not originals.
What we can agree, if you're going to have an 8.5 metre opening, you will require something rather larger than that to accommodate the goalposts and the work related to putting them in situ, will you not?
You will.
And do we also note that that work will require to be done underneath the portico itself?
Yes.
And is approaching the outer wall of the portico?
No, I don't agree with that. No.
And if one looks at 707 as most certainly underneath 2 of the columns of the portico.
You mean the draft lobby opening?
Yes.
Yes, it's under, effectively it's under 4. If you look at the previous drawing, CD 721, which shows the downtakings, it's quite clear that the original construction it has been done in a manner to form a almost square pier underneath each of the columns above.
And so far as the temporary works that are concerned that will be required to facilitate this, these are not yet designed and finalised, are they?
No, they're not, and nor would they be on any project.
Now, can I turn to ask you, please, about rock? What is the nature of the rock in the basement area which you will require to remove?
It's basaltic rock.
And could you just help me? What does that mean? What
well,
are the implications of that?
What it means is that Calton Hill, along with most of the 7 hills of Edinburgh, is a volcanic plug. And this is a volcanic rock. So it's a relatively homogeneous material. It can vary in strength from normally it's pretty hard. It does tend to suffer from fractures, and there are very good examples around Edinburgh of fractured volcanic rock from these plugs. The Edinburgh Castle Rock would be the most obvious one to most people.
Well, can we agree, just to keep it in simple terms for me to understand, that this rock, basalt rock, is extremely hard?
No, you can't. We can't agree that because you need to test it, specifically where it is. It can have all sorts of stuff included within it. And it can, because of the form in which it shrinks from the liquid form, from being in the core of the volcano, you get various sorts of cracking within it. So it can be multiple fractured, or it can be significantly fractured.
And not having carried out any kind of survey, you don't know the answer to that, do you?
No, but we have seen borehole results that are in the public realm for this area.
And hopefully we don't need to look at the plans, but what depth of this rock will you be excavating and removing for your purposes?
It depends where you're talking about. But under the portico, very little, if any at all. We think that the rock level there is the level of the foundations of the existing Hamilton building. As you go further north, our excavations will go into the rock, and it's of the order of 3 metres.
Well, it's actually more than that, Mr. Narrow, is it not? Is it not more like 4 or 5 metres?
It depends where you are. We step our excavation as you go back in the building. I think the worst case scenario of excavation is of the order of 5 metres. The excavation of the rock, I'd have to cross-check that. I don't have that right in front of me.
You say that the worst case depth is 5 metres and there are areas where it is 4 metres as well. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I just said.
What do you say then, please?
What I said was the rock is not the full depth of the excavation we're making.
I understand that because some of it's past fill, but what I'm asking is how much rock will you have to excavate? What's the depth involved? Well,
as I've just said, it varies because the rock depth varies across the site. And I think at the very maximum it's less than 5 metres, but I don't have that information in front of me.
Right. Are you able to tell the inquiry what the cubic volume required to remove is?
No.
Have you yourself, your firm, been involved in basalt rock removal?
Not that I can think of.
No. Are you aware of any project in which basalt rock has been removed from underneath a listed building?
Not that I can bring to mind immediately, no.
Are you aware that there was some minor removal of basalt rock associated with the castle?
No, there was the significant removal of basalt rock at the castle. But that was not a project we were involved in.
No. But are you aware, because this is your area of work and expertise, that there were significant problems that arose in relation to that?
Well, sir, I'm going to object to this line. If the appellants had wished to lead evidence on rock issues, they could have led a witness. At the moment, we're just getting Mr. Steele's evidence. There's nothing before the inquiry on this matter. Nothing before the inquiry on this matter. And if Mr. Steele wanted to raise these matters in cross, he had the ability to do so. And if I may say, I prefaced our outline statement of case and statement of case with clear caveats about the appellant's conduct in relation to structural engineering issues. If they had issues to raise, they had to raise them. I kept saying, we'll come and lead a witness if we're going to have these issues. Mr. Steele is restricted to the Arup report. He has nothing else on which to cross-examine on because he has led no evidence.
Sounds like a fair point, Mr. Steele. Do you want to come back on that?
Sounds like a very fair point, sir, just one that's inaccurate. If I take us, sir, to CD 186.
Planning statement.
Which is the contains the Arup report at Appendix A6. This document, sir, deals precisely with the difficulties of removal of the basalt rock. I can read it out if necessary, sir, but that is at the heart of the complaints here, or concerns. There's a whole chapter dealing at 2.3 rock excavation beneath the Hamilton building. Pages 3 of 4 and 4 of 4.
I see those. Does that answer your question, Mr. Innes?
No, it doesn't. I said if they want to raise stuff, you've got to give specifics. The information given by the appellants is utterly contradictory on this matter. On the one hand, rock removal for their own scheme was easy as pie, and the rock removal associated with our scheme is difficult. I've exposed that, but it's too late for Mr. Steele to bring in examples. If he wanted to raise examples of other buildings, etc., he had to put them before the inquiry with fair notice in order that they could be investigated. That's my objection. He can cross-examine on the position of rock, but he can't use evidence that hasn't been put before the inquiry. That's my objection.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds right. Yes, thank you.
So there's no objection to the question of rock being raised, which I thought was the issue that Mr. Innes
No
had.
problem with talking about rock.
Well,
No problem with asking
that's
narrow on structural matters associated with rock. It's just bringing in other examples and evidence and places and so on that we're saying shouldn't be happening.
That's very, very helpful. Thank you, sir. Mr. Narrow, are you aware of anywhere else in the United Kingdom where there's been volcanic rock blasting underneath a listed building, if that's to be a method of dealing with this?
Well, you've put your question in rather an unusual manner. No, I'm not aware of any place where anybody would blast rock out from underneath an existing listed building. I'm not completely au fait with the work that was carried out at Edinburgh Castle. It would absolutely not be the case that we would anticipate using blasting under our building. And in fact, it's quite clearly laid out in our statement, the planning statement, as to what methods are available. There's quite a long section on removal of rock, because we've looked into the difficulties and the proposals of it. That's not what the tone of your previous questions were.
Can we look just at your document then, please, dealing with rock extraction? Do you there float or raise a number of possible methods by which the rock might be split and then removed?
Yes.
And which document are we on?
Oh, I'm sorry.
536 is returning to the design and access statement at 536.
563.
563 even, yes. Dealing with structural design. Unfortunately, the pages are unnumbered, but there's a section on structural design and rock excavation. And Mr. Narrow, just to recap briefly, you've raised a number of possible methods for dealing with this, is that so?
Correct, yes.
But am I right in suggesting that each and every one of those will require pre-drilling of the holes into the rock?
Yes, it will.
Either to put in the chemical explosive or the expanding chemical or whatever it is into the hole. Is that so?
That's the most likely worst-case scenario, yes. It may well be that the rock is relatively friable at its surface level. It depends how far below the original surface of the rock the work was carried out when they built the Hamilton building itself.
And in order to create these pilot holes, could you please describe to the inquiry what will be required?
You'll need to drill holes with a drilling machine.
Well, when you say a drilling machine, is this my proverbial Black & Decker, or is it something a bit more substantial than that?
No, I've heard about the Black & Decker. No, it would be bigger than a Black & Decker, but it wouldn't be anything like the size of the ludicrous machines that are shown in Arup's report.
You will need, however, some substantial piece of kit to go in there to form the initial holes. Is that
No, they're not particularly large. They'd be manhandleable.
And how are you going to get them into the correct location?
Through door openings.
Now, which door openings are these?
Any of the door openings that will give us access to the areas we require. And there may be a requirement to remove sections of the floor, but at the moment we don't have full access to check exactly what openings have been, the final width of the openings or the requirement. This will be something that will be done in consultation with specialists in the field who would carry out this kind of work. So they will have their own rigs that they will use.
Yes, which would not be yourselves, because you would be subcontracting this work because you've never done it before. Is that correct?
I've never drilled into rock, no.
Now, are you suggesting that the plant and equipment will get in through the existing door openings, Mr. Narrow?
I am, yes.
Are you quite certain about that?
No, I'm not.
No. Well, can we just be a little bit more cautious then, please? That equipment may or may not get in through existing door openings and may or may not require additional slappings on the rear of the building to facilitate access. Would that be a fair way of putting it?
No, it wouldn't be a fair way of putting it. There's no way that I would anticipate us using, removing fabric that was going on the north elevation as shown in the Arup drawings.
How else are you going to, sorry, how else are you going to get more
these pieces
larger?
How
are you going to get larger pieces of plant and equipment in?
I'll repeat myself. The pieces of plant that we're talking about are almost certainly going to be manhandleable. If they have to be mechanised in some form, you are probably aware of the fact that you can get small diggers that will access through normal-sized door openings. And that's the size of kit we'd be talking about.
And do you really think one of these mini diggers with retractable outliers is actually going to be suitable for this?
I was trying to use... No, I didn't... I don't want you to put words into my mouth, Mr. Steele. I wasn't saying that a mini digger would be suitable. I said it would be of the same size of that, same sort of order of size.
Now, have you been able to estimate either the length of time that this operation will take or the likely cost?
Neither of these things are part of my remit.
And do you accept that it might be a very major engineering operation to remove the cubic meterage of rock that you are talking about here?
It is a significant operation, yes, well aware of that. We've carried out a very similar situation at the Royal Museum.
Really? Is that very fair, Mr. Narrow?
In terms of volume of material, it's pretty similar, yes.
Does that really, in engineering terms, bear any comparison?
Yes, it does.
How much rock was removed there?
I can't give you a figure, but what people don't realise is that the whole of the basement level at the Royal Museum was dropped by a metre, which took us into rock and into the original foundations of the building in a similar manner.
Mr. Narrow, how much basalt rock was removed at the museum?
None.
None. So that's a rather different situation altogether, isn't it?
It was a very hard sandstone that was involved instead.
That's entirely a different issue from an engineering perspective, is it not?
No, it's not.
You're saying, Mr. Narrow, that sandstone is not different from basalt volcanic rock?
That's not what I answered you.
Well, what are you saying?
You asked if it was a totally different engineering proposition, and it's not. In both cases, the material is very hard. We don't know the full condition of the basalt rock here. In fact, indications that we've seen is that it's heavily fractured. If it's heavily fractured, then there should be no real difficulties in removing it. In fact, some of the ARP reports refer to the ease of removal of the rock.
In relation to Scheme 1, Mr. Narrow, what depth of rock is involved in removal there?
I have not looked at Scheme 1 in that sort of detail. It's not part of my remit to do so, but I have from looking at it in vague terms, we're talking about of the order of 5 metres, if not slightly more.
Just put that again, Mr. Narrow. In relation to our first scheme, what is the depth of rock that we may require to remove?
I thought I'd just answered that.
Okay, and that's what volume of rock would we require to remove?
About between 30 and 60,000 cubic metres.
So that must mean that you know perfectly well how much rock you'll have to remove.
No, it doesn't, because I've not measured it. The figure is written in one of your reports.
Is it a greater or lesser figure than what we're talking about?
The amount of rock that we're removing on the overall scheme is less than the amount of rock that you were removing in Scheme 1.
No, Mr. Narrow. In relation to the excavation underneath the main assembly hall and related buildings, what is the comparison? Do you remove more or less of that basalt rock?
The difference between your Scheme 1 and Scheme 2 is I've already referred to. There's a massive difference between the two. Scheme 1 has substantially more than Scheme 2. Virtually none in Scheme 2.
Yes, well, I'm coming to Scheme 2 shortly, have no fear, but in relation to our Scheme 1 and your only scheme, is it not correct to say that you will be removing significantly more basalt rock from the areas I've just indicated?
I don't think so, no. But I haven't done a measure on that because it's of no relevance to me.
And can we agree to make progress that in relation to Scheme 2, the difference between our proposal and your proposal in relation to basalt rock removal is a night and day difference because we remove either none or virtually none?
You remove very little under the existing building, yes.
Thank you. I wonder, sir, if that's an appropriate place to break.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. We'll come back at 3:30 then.
CD 097. Now, hopefully, Mr. Nara, we don't have to go into the detail of this, but does this not confirm, firstly, that we have got no demolition or downtakings of any significance underneath the portico?
Yes, that's correct. I've already said that. I don't think you have anything of significance.
And secondly, insofar, moving north, insofar as the next two walls which you will remove, we do not affect them either.
Correct.
And insofar as rock removal is concerned, is it not obvious, and this is Scheme 1 of course, is it not obvious that the amount of rock involved in our proposal in Scheme 1 is significantly less?
This drawing refers to Scheme 1, is that correct?
Yes, it is. If you look at the
what it doesn't show, which I believe is the case, is that there's a corridor running the full length of the north end of the north half of the building, if you like. What's shown on this drawing are dotted lines indicating wall removals to the north end of the building as well, which would, am I not correct in saying that there is also effectively an access corridor running the full length of the basement to that point?
Well, Mr. Narrow, do you know what the position is? Because in your precognition, you have suggested the Trust proposal excavation is likely to be less than that of the Appellant Scheme 1. So what do you understand to be the Appellant Scheme 1 proposal in that regard, if you've made that judgment?
You've got two wings attached to the full proposal includes the construction of two new wings with major basements.
No, Mr. I'm asking you about the question of the rock excavation in relation to the Hamilton building, Mr. Narrow. Could we just concentrate on that at the moment?
That's fine.
Can we agree then, unless there's been any cross purposes earlier, can we agree that so far as the Hamilton building is concerned, Scheme 1 will remove much less rock than your proposal?
If you look at the drawing you've just referred to, which is CD 097, which shows the demolitions, am I not right in saying, as I've already done, that, for example, where there's a number 4 written, that to my mind, the red dotted lines are wall removals. Therefore, that would indicate that all the way along the north wall, the external wall is being removed at basement level.
Mr. Narrow, could you just explain your understanding of what our proposals are, which you've evaluated in your precognition?
I haven't fully evaluated them. That's not what it says. What I'm talking about is this particular drawing. You've asked me a question about that. My understanding of this drawing is that there's a corridor running the full length of the north elevation, above where it says Hamilton building, if you like. Otherwise, these lines wouldn't be drawn as red dotted, which means demolition.
Could we look, please, at the ARUP report, which is in 186, Appendix 6.
Yes, I have it here.
And if we look at the drawings at the back, Figure 1 and Figure 2, do we see there accurately represented or not, Mr. Narrow, the extent of rock removal proposed by your scheme?
There isn't a representation of the rock removal of our scheme, yes.
And that
it is inaccurate, especially in the long section, the top section.
What inaccuracy does it have?
because they've taken there are a number of things. Firstly, the rock level's taken at one specific section through the building, which isn't relevant to the section above, and at each of the existing walls there is a down. Yeah, well, it's purporting to show more rock being removed than actually is suggested in our scheme.
So, are you able? Does this assist you to be able to give me an answer to an earlier question about the depth of rock which is to be removed by your proposal? Does this assist you? I think these are your drawings.
No, these are the original Hamilton drawings that have had sketches added to them.
Wow.
There is another drawing which is part of the second critique by our, which shows the temporary works, and on that drawing there's quite clearly, which I don't have the reference here, I'm sorry, which quite clearly shows a suggested rock level. The very maximum figure that we're removing is just about 5 metres. It's impossible to scale off the drawing because it's not been printed to scale. But that's at a very maximum condition, where the step, where on the reference you've just gone to, where it says existing rock to be removed, there's a step in the red hatching. But on the other drawing, which is their figure E.
That's CD 289, I think.
Sorry, yes, the second of their reports. It's the one that shows the temporary works.
Yes.
On that,
Page 8 of 10.
Yeah, if you look at that one, you'll see that there's a red dotted line running basically across the drawing, which is the considered rock profile, likely rock profile. So the very worst part of our step, yes, is just about 5 metres. But that is by no means indicating that we're taking 5 metres full excavation across the building.
Could we look, please, at our document 289, which I think is what you're referring to.
Right, so I've only got part of it here in front of me. This one here, this drawing, yeah.
And is that what you're referring to there in terms of the depth of excavation that's required?
That one there. The one in front, that one, yes. What I'm referring to there is that that's not the full depth. What they've indicated is that if you see the red shading that they've used, then the red dotted line is the rock profile. The red shading is what they're indicating is excavation through rock, which would indicate that the excavation is above rock level. So it's not rock.
But the bigger point, Mr. Narrow, is this, that you accept that you're going down at a maximum of 5 metres through rock.
Through rock, yes.
Can you give us the comparable depth in relation to our Scheme 1, please?
Under the existing building, I believe it's about 3 metres.
Not quite half, but significantly less. That would be fair,
Significantly less, yes.
And volumetrically, that will probably be about 50% of what you're talking about.
No, because the rock excavation, as I've just tried to indicate, is into a sloping rock surface, and so you can't just say that half the height gives you half the volume. Because the proposal that your Scheme 1 had, if I remember correctly, is to excavate the 3 metres over which would be fully in rock for the full length of the north elevation.
And in any event, so far as Scheme 2 is concerned, there's a very, very significant difference. Absolutely.
Under the existing Hamilton building, Scheme 2 has virtually no rock excavation.
Thank you. Could we look, please, at document, I think this is Appellant's document 33. Have you seen this document before, Mr. Narrow?
Depends which one we're looking at. The one I've got here is titled the Agora.
That's it, 33. That's
no,
the
I
one.
haven't looked at
Well, this is a proposal by LDN Architects. Could I ask you to look forward in that document? Unfortunately, the page is unnumbered, but on the bottom left page, the words design proposals appear.
Yeah.
And the page looks like that, if that assists you. It's well into the document. Half a dozen pages from the rear. 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 pages from the rear.
Yes, one that shows the sort of temple. Yes, I have it here.
Now, do you know of LDN Architects?
Sorry, could you wait a second whilst we find the particular passage that you're referring to?
Pardon?
Find the passage, and I would like to do so before the question's asked.
There's a section through the temple building and then one below it through some point to the east of that.
Has that got a number on the computer?
I've got 17 of 25 electronic. Mr. Steele might not be able to confirm that, but the wording on the right starts with reopening the original Regent Road.
That's it, sir.
Yep.
And the section, one's the entrance from Regent Road, and the other one is entrance from Regent Road, New Foyer. Now, do you know of LDN Architects, Mr. Narrow?
Yes, I do.
Are they a reputable firm?
They are.
Good. Could you read out what they said about their proposal in this regard, please, beginning with the words reopening?
It says here that reopening the original Regent Road entrances as the principal entrance to the new conference venue would be technically difficult, prohibitively expensive, and inherently risky due to the portico immediately above and the railway tunnel below. The installation of lifts to serve the upper levels would also involve prohibitively expensive excavation work under the building.
If you just continue, please.
A new foyer could be formed under the existing external terraces, but again, to do so would be prohibitively expensive and risky. Expense and risky. The accommodation formed would be remote from the principal floor and of little value to the operation of the venue.
And do you agree or disagree with that professional judgment?
I can make no comment really on it since I've not looked at this proposal before, and it really depends exactly what they had in mind.
Well, look at the cross-section to see what they had in mind, please.
It doesn't give you the full picture. It gives you a cross-section. I understand the cross-section immediately.
Does it give you any flavour of the concern that they had, do you think?
I think they're right to say that it would be technically difficult, because it is difficult. It's not a simple operation, but it's by no means an operation that's not been carried out elsewhere.
But, Mr. Narrow, you have not carried out elsewhere excavation into basalt rock, have you?
No, I've already said that.
Thank you. Now,
I have carried out an operation which was just as difficult, if not more so, at the Royal Museum, for example.
now, do you really
And
think...
that wasn't about excavation, it was about supporting the building above.
Yes, but I'm asking you now about excavation, Mr. Narrow. Now, in relation to their concern about the railway tunnel below, what allowance have you made for that, please?
There are significant issues to do with railways. We're very aware of these because of our work at the Scottish National Galleries. In this instance, the railway tunnel is approximately from the head of the railway tunnel, the top of the railway tunnel, to the ground level at this area is approximately 15 metres of your very strong basalt rock. We've already looked at and taken cognizance of publicly available documentation on the line of the railway and the zone of influence of the railway. When it came to the point we would continue our discussions with Network Rail and discuss with them what concerns they had regarding any change in loading or any vibration requirements we would have, in exactly the same way that we did with the National Gallery.
Well, firstly, did you do that at the National Gallery, or was that done on your behalf, Mr. Narrow?
Did we do what, sorry?
Did you carry out the consultations and agreements with National Network Rail?
We made the initial consultations with Network Rail, yes. In the National Gallery, the situation is slightly different in that the National Gallery has a two-stage tendering process where the contractor is already on board. So as part of the advice to the client, the contractor used the experience of their chosen consulting engineer to do some of the negotiations with Network Rail, but we'd already had meetings with them.
Yes, Mr. Narrow, you had meetings with them, but the actual work and agreement with Network Rail was undertaken by others, wasn't it?
It depends what you mean by others. It was done by the team.
Well, who was it?
With ourselves.
Who was it that reached the agreement with Network Rail in that project?
The contractor. The contractor's consulting engineers, which is, I assume, where you're heading, is Arabs.
Well, that's precisely where I'm heading. Arab were the consultants on that project who did the work in relation to the agreement and the concerns of Network Rail, did they not?
No, they're not. They are not the consultants on the project.
They were the consultants that were involved in dealing with that issue, were they not?
They were the consultants approached by the contractor to do the temporary works design and to take into account some of the issues to do with Network Rail. The main reason being that Arup have a term contract with Network Rail to do with the maintenance of their infrastructure.
I don't think there's anything between us, possibly only semantics, but Arup actually carried out that work in relation to Network Rail, and David Narrow Associates did not. Is that not accurate?
No, it's not accurate at all. I don't know where you've got this information from, Mr. Steele, but it's not correct.
In relation to this project, will you require, that's the Royal High School project, will you require to reach agreement with Network Rail?
Possibly. It depends on whether or not they see it as being significant, what we're proposing, in terms of chances of damage to their tunnels.
And will you, or may you require to enter into a BAPA agreement?
I don't know what that agreement is. I freely admit that. Whatever a BAPA is. Would you like to explain?
The Basic Asset Protection Agreement with Network Rail.
Yes, we would have to do that.
Which my understanding is required.
They have a very strict requirement for potential damage to their all their infrastructure, specifically their tunnels, and they have requirements to do with vibration and the potential for changes in loading.
Yes. And indeed, such an agreement will be required here, won't it?
Not if they don't think it's required, no. And they will not always require one. Mm-hmm. We are out with the zone of influence according to their drawings.
Have you had any discussions with them about this issue?
We've had very initial discussions, yes, a couple of years ago.
Now, if the BAPA is required, would you tell us how that will work, please? Who will carry the responsibility? Sorry? Who will carry the responsibility?
You mean for obtaining it or for...
Well, let me be a little more clear, Mr. Narrow. Apologies. As I understand
sir,
it...
I hesitate to intervene again, but if Mr. Steele wanted to go into the intricacies of Network Rail agreements, he could easily have given prior notice, and I could have led a witness on these matters. No prior notice. It's a fishing expedition, and quite frankly, it's not within the remit of his case. There is nothing in tunnels or Network Rail that was led by Mr. Steele in evidence. He hasn't got the right to cross-examine on it.
Sir, it is a relevant material consideration before you, considering whether the Trust's proposal can proceed, whether they have or have not taken this matter into account. I'm in your hands entirely. There is information before you, about which I've just taken the witness to, about the difficulties of operating near the tunnel, which caused another developer to walk away from that particular aspect. And indeed, I'm just reminded, sir, which I should have remembered, the matter is covered in Mr. Taverner's report. The very quote that I put to the witness is actually at 3.8 of Mr. Taverner's report.
Anything to say, Mr. Innes?
Well, there's a difference between saying there's a broad issue and going into the technical aspects of agreements with Network Rail, which is an entirely different issue. That's gone beyond the technical into the legal and technical.
There's probably a limit to how much Mr. Narrow can help on this, isn't there? Yes. Yeah.
I'll try and take it briefly, sir,
And if we could keep to the
if I may.
structural engineer's expertise.
Can I just say one thing directly to you? Is that possible? Am I allowed to do that? I would just like to point out that in the design and access statement, we do make it quite clear that consultations will be required with Network Rail, amongst others, to discuss the options and the limitations of the available techniques and the impact on the existing infrastructure. We are well aware of the requirements to be in touch with Network Rail.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Steele wants to investigate this to make sure that
Indeed,
we've
sir.
got all the information we need. The ministers.
Well, Mr. Nair, can I try and take this briefly? Can we agree that the consideration of the tunnels and Network Rail is an important one?
It may be, and we need to determine that.
Well, is it not important in the sense that you need to get agreement from Network Rail? You say that, that the BAPA may not be required, but if it is required, that would be an important matter.
Yes, it is. It's a significant item that we would have to tick off our list one way or the other, yes.
And the significance of it is this, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's the main East Coast London-Edinburgh lines in 2 tunnels at this point.
That's
that we're referring to.
Yes.
So it would not be ideal if the tunnels required to be closed.
No, it wouldn't, and it's a very similar situation to the National Gallery, where we looked at the cost involved in the requirements of Network Rail.
Indeed. And Arup reached agreement with them about that?
No, they didn't, and I wish you would stop referring to that. Arups were acting for the contractor, not for the client.
Well,
I'm assuming it's the client who has, or the developer who has to have the agreement with them, rather than the contractor.
Yes, exactly. And the contract in the instance that we're referring to here at the National Gallery, there was a 2-stage contractor involvement. So at the first stage, he was there as an advisor, as part of the design team, and he chose to bring in a subcontractor. We had already, before his bringing in of Arups, had long and very fulfilling discussions with Network Rail.
Mr. Naro, I'm not interested in the professional issues as to who did it, but the simple fact of the matter is this, that at the galleries, as here, because of the tunnels, agreement with Network Rail will be required. Otherwise, the works cannot proceed.
We've had the answer to that. It may be required.
And as I understand it, as things stand here at the project that we are considering, you have got no agreement with Network Rail, either that it will or will not be required, or if it is required, that the necessary cover is in place.
No, we don't have an agreement as it stands. I would point out that the hotel scheme will require, whichever scheme was taken forward, would require exactly the same information.
Yes, that's absolutely right. Do you know whether the hotel scheme has already reached that approval?
I don't, but I have no reason to believe that it has or hasn't.
And in relation to the cover, who would be liable? Is this an insurable risk, or would the trust have to cover the loss? This is the point I put to the trustee earlier, Mr. Liddell, I think his name was, as to whether he knew anything about this, and he clearly didn't. But would there have to be insurance, or would the trust have to cover the matter, if it's required?
This is out with my expertise, and no comment to me.
Right. Well, if it's outside your expertise, can we leave the matter on this way, that you simply don't know what the position is in relation to these issues?
I have no knowledge of the information.
Now, Mr. Narrow, can I take you back, please, to your precognition? Insofar as the portico is concerned, in neither scheme do we propose any significant downtakings or demolition under or adjacent to the portico, do we?
No.
I think we've already agreed that the demolitions that you take the demolitions that you propose under the portico and adjacent to the portico are inherent in causing risk the precise extent we can judge ourselves.
There is an inherent risk in any building project, and when you're dealing with an existing building, there is obviously an inherent risk, yes.
So that if one was interested in causing less impact or less potential impact on the portico, both of our schemes would have the balance of advantage, would they not?
That's not for me to judge.
Mr. Narrow, if the issue is reducing or removing risk, the benefit of advantage surely in relation to the portico, for reasons we've explored, would favour our proposals.
If you're asking me if one has risk and the other one doesn't, then clearly if you do nothing, there is no risk attached to it. Whereas in the alterations that are being proposed, there is inherently a degree of risk to be mitigated.
Indeed. And if your proposal involves, let's just take the easy option in relation to your proposal compared with our scheme 2, a significant difference in terms of excavation, and I'm only talking about the Hamilton building, again, the less risky option clearly is our proposal.
Excuse me. Yes. Well, again, this is tautology. If you don't do something, there is no risk attached to it.
Yes. And insofar as our first scheme is concerned, if we are removing, as I suggest to you we are, significantly less rock by excavation, then again, that would be less risky than your proposal.
Yes, if you're correct in your volume of rock being removed from under the Hamilton building, again, the same answer applies. You are removing substantially more rock elsewhere.
Could I take you back, please, to the report by ADAPS?
Which one? There are two.
Yeah, indeed, of course. 9th February 2017.
Right. Which is the
CD 289?
I have that one as 186, sir.
Yes, CD 186.
Sorry, wrong way around.
And it's Appendix 6 of 186. Could I ask you to turn to the summary section of that, page 404, Mr. Narrow?
Section 3, yes.
That's it. Now, I hope that I don't have to take you through each and every bullet point, but can we agree that each bullet point set out there is, as a matter of fact, accurate?
Not entirely, no. We can't. I'm sorry, no, we can't agree entirely on it, because you would have to go through each one of them to see where they've exaggerated things just ever so slightly.
Well, if we need to, we'll have to do that.
Right.
But surely you're familiar with this. Can you say which of these very quickly that you agree with completely and which you say are slightly exaggerated?
The proposed new basement structure requires large volumes of rock removal from beneath the building. Yes, there is a requirement for rock removal under the building. Depends what the term large means, and in comparison to the original Scheme 1, I'm not in agreement that the difference is dramatically.
But they don't mention Scheme 1 here. What they say is the proposed new basement structure requires a large volume of rock removal from beneath the building. As a matter of fact, that's accurate.
Tell me exactly what the word large means.
Well, you're the engineer. You don't concede that that would be a large volume, 5 metres in depth at maximum, over, I can take my school rule out if needs be, over at least 50 metres in width.
But it's not over 50 metres in width at all. It's over the width of the hall.
So you quibble with the word large, do you?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
Really, what I'm getting at is that their choice of words all the way through this is deliberately chosen to exaggerate. The music school proposals demolish many of Hamilton's original characterful network of passages and stone vaulting, plus the heart of Hamilton below-ground drainage system serving the building. This is unnecessary loss to the engineering heritage of the building, and it's irreversible. We at no point indicate that we're removing the ground drainage system, for example. And we remove some of the network of passages and stone vaulting, not many of. The second one we've talked about. Rock type is basalt, which will require the use of blasting or chemical splitting techniques.
Or Mr. Narrow.
But the word blasting is put in there first, which gives it some dominance. There's no use of term blasting in any of the documentation on our drawings or in our description of works, which we have supplied a description of works and drawings of our proposals, which is not available, as far as I'm aware, from ARUP. The proximity to the very sensitive listed building, all listed buildings are very sensitive. This is, in fact, not a particularly sensitive listed building. It's of massive construction. It is not a fragile building. The front of the Royal Museum in Chambers Street was fragile and extremely sensitive, as were the internal vaults. That's a totally different situation. Here we're talking about massive masonry construction. It is not a very sensitive listed building in that sense, structural sense. There will result in low vibration limits. That's, again, tautology. Of course it will, which in turn will dictate low production rates and prolonged site programme without any evidence as to what they should be or will be extended to. The restricted access within the building will further compound these issues. Yes, of course it will.
So your quibble in that...
This is not a quibble. This is a disagreement with the use of the words and the argument.
Your disagreement in that really relates to the word sensitive. And some may think, in the common usage of the English language, this is indeed a sensitive building. Otherwise, we wouldn't all be here so worried about it.
This is a structural report by structural engineers, or certainly purports to be, and I'm a structural engineer. I'm talking about its structural sensitivity. And you've ignored the word blasting again. In the fourth bullet point, rock removal adjacent and below the existing foundations will need to be given special consideration. Yes, again, an obvious comment. Possible standoff distances and remedial works undertaken to stabilise rock beneath foundations are likely. We don't agree with that. And if they'd read our description, then they would see why. The proposals do not currently seem to take full account of these constraints. The next, again, a statement without any backup. The next bullet point, new support structure to portico and main hall proposes concrete arches springing mid-height from adjacent walls. The load transfer from the current situation to this new layout needs to be fully justified and controlled. In particular, the lateral load paths flowing from the structural arrangement needs to be substantiated and the support structure needs justified. There are no arches in our proposal. Very significant temporary work support structures are needed to achieve the final result. That's absolutely true. These works will require significant plant, temporary support structures and temporary access, resulting in further downtakings. That's not entirely true. They will require significant plant. They will require temporary support structures. There would not necessarily be temporary access required. There may be. They will certainly require substantial intervention to the existing building beyond what study of the final layouts would suggest. I don't agree with that. A summary of the interventions required to the existing building structure and presented in Figure 2 is presented in Figure 2. A summary of the risk profile to the existing building structure is presented in Figure 3. In conclusion, it says the music school proposal removes substantial parts of the original building structure. Now, if you were to take the whole of the Hamilton building, then these are not substantial parts. They are significant in the particular area we're talking about. So there are a number of issues going down through this list that I am totally in disagreement with, and some of which I do agree with.
Well, put short, Mr. Narrow, that...
you asked me to comment on each of the items. I trust
indeed, absolutely, yes, and I'm just trying to draw this together. Put short, you disagree with a few of the words, large, sensitive, substantial, but so far as the import is concerned, you agree with it, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't agree with it at all. And I didn't just bicker about, or quibble, should I say, about a few words. The deliberate use of the term blasting, for example, was put in there to give the indication that we were sort of going to go into this building and blast the rock out, which would cause damage to the existing fabric, which is just complete nonsense. You should be ashamed of saying that in a report.
Just one final question on this matter. Mr. Narrow, is it not accurate that you originally were approached by Hoskins in relation to this proposal on behalf of the clients that I now represent.
I can make no comment on that, as I've already said.
And the fact of the matter is they decided to proceed with Arup, didn't they?
Is this relevant? Is it?
Well, it may go to the credibility, sir. Is that accurate, Mr. Narrow?
Well, sir, I've been made aware of certain matters which I don't know the detail of, but make it difficult for Mr. Narrow to speak about these matters. And therefore, I am nervous on Mr. Narrow's behalf, having he told me that there were certain documents that had been signed that meant that he could not talk about these matters. I've intervened at this stage to make sure that that's made clear. And the difficulty that I have is I don't know exactly what that is. But Mr. Narrow has told me that. Now, Mr. Steele probably does know about that and may be trying to get Mr. Narrow to say something which he shouldn't properly say. And I just, as I say, there's a sensitivity about this point because of matters that I've been made aware of, and I hope Mr. Steele will respect that sensitivity.
Well, Mr. Steele has not the slightest idea about the documents to which you're referring.
Well,
if you're referring to some kind of confidentiality agreement, then I know nothing about it. Whatever, I wouldn't have asked these questions if I did. And if that is the case, Mr. Narrow, I will not pursue with this question. Just bear with me a moment, please. So if you just bear with us a moment, please. Fine, thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Just one question from me, Mr. Narrow. We've heard in cross-examination this afternoon, you've agreed with Mr. Steele that in some respects the Trust proposal is inherently riskier than the scheme 1 or 2, for example, in relation to the works below the portico and so on. At paragraph 17 of your recognition, you say in the second sentence that there are no significant differences between the 3 schemes regarding the risk factors. Do you stand by that statement?
Yes, I tried to word this as simply as I could without making it too complicated. What I was referring to there were all the risk factors involved in the full hotel proposals and our full scheme. There are different risk factors throughout the building, and there's absolutely no doubt that because they're doing no works under the portico, that risk factor obviously doesn't come into their scheme. They are, however, doing major rock excavation to form double-depth basements, which will bring them substantially closer to the head of the railway tunnels, for example, and will unload the railway tunnels, which can be a major issue with rock. So there are different. It might have been better if I'd said there are different factors which have different impacts.
Thanks for that. Mr. Reeves.
Yes, good afternoon again, Mr. Narrow. Could we go to CD 102, please?
I've got a small one. I've got an A3 version of that. Would that be adequate? So, 102, did you say?
Yes,
Yep.
CD 102.
Yep.
I think you were taken to a drawing from above, which seemed to Mr. Steele put to the areas that had to be demolished and extraction. What do you understand that CD 102 shows in relation to Scheme 1?
It shows substantially more rock removal under the full width of the Hamilton building. We're tending to cut under the hall and stepping backwards. The indication I take from this is that there's a rock being removed all the way along the north side or the north half of the lowest level.
In that context, a number of questions were put to you about the equivalent rock volumes. Is it straightforward exercise from the material that we've seen in sections to actually work out the precise rock volumes that are being removed vis-à-vis between Scheme 1 and the Trust scheme?
It wouldn't be particularly straightforward, but it would be possible to do so, yes. I've not carried that exercise out.
So in looking at broad figures between Scheme 1 and the Trust, are you able to give a quantification?
Are we dealing with only under the Hamilton building?
Yes,
overall?
rock only.
I think between the two, between Scheme 1 and our scheme, there's very little difference between the excavation. Total volume.
In terms of the location of the Scheme 1 rock extraction, where's that largely taking place?
Against the north wall, it would appear.
Yeah. And insofar as we looked at that earlier in relation to the Trust proposals, as you went further north, what happened in terms of...
Because we're aware of the dangers inherent in excavating rock or any material underneath an existing wall, we're stepping the cut in the rock up as we go towards the north wall to minimise that intervention.
And was that something specifically done in the context of the Trust scheme?
Absolutely,
yeah.
Yes.
And which scheme comes closer to that north foundation?
Well, according to the drawings I've seen, the Scheme 1 proposals for the hotel are right along that elevation.
And that's a matter which no doubt will have to be fully investigated and appropriately managed. Is that correct?
Absolutely, and ARPs do indicate that the requirement of working in that sort of situation requires careful management.
Okay. We'll come on to look at this in more depth later, but I just want to deal with a couple of preliminary matters.
Sorry, I'm just behind the pace a bit here. I apologise, but it was a suggestion made that in drawings 102, we were demolishing up to the north wall. And if so, which section should I look at?
If you look at both Section 1 and Section 2, the Section 1, if you need to read this in conjunction with the previous drawing we were looking at, a number of which I can't remember, but so I still have it here, CD 721, which shows the, no, not that one, I'm sorry, my apologies. It was the, yes, thank you. CD 97, which is the one that indicated that the north wall at lower level was being removed, lower ground level plan. All the red dotted lines in this drawing purport to show downtakings, and that would include, for example, the opening in the east elevation of the east pavilion, and this in Scheme 1, and the removal of the retaining wall to the back. It sort of gives you an indication of the sort of thing that's being done. It also shows the whole north wall being removed. Now, I think that must be indicative, but nonetheless shows where there is an underground passageway, I believe.
Sir, I'm sure it's my fault, but I'm looking at 102.
Yep.
And
so
yes, I understand what you're saying, Mr. Steele. It depends which north wall you're talking about. The portico or the link buildings are in different alignment.
yes, but I understood we were talking about the north wall of the building, which seems to me, I'm not an architect or an engineer, but I do have a scale rule, and that we're some distance away from any north wall, whichever one considers. It's a matter for you, sir. You're an architect, I'm not.
Thanks for that.
As I was trying to explain, if you look at the section and the plan in conjunction with each other.
Yes, but if there's any discrepancy, which would you say we should look at?
Well, this is the trouble, that there is a discrepancy. And if you look at Section 1 on CD 102, then the excavation comes to the north wall of the link building between the two pavilions and the central temple building, if you want to call it that. The excavations shown as hatched there, the downtakings shown as hatched there, do not reach the north wall, but they do on CD 97 in plan. The red dotted line at the top of that drawing, Mr. Steele.
to resolve it, it might be better if we looked at the proposals to see what was being put there.
Yeah.
I guess.
Perhaps CD 120 might assist. If the witness could be given CD 120.
Which is the section as proposed, if I've got that right.
Yes.
There are two sections on CD 120, one taken through the hall with a note in the basement that says in-room dining, and on the top section, proposed section EE, there's a man walking along a corridor hard adjacent to the existing north wall in what you might refer to as the link building, the link part of the building. None of that exists. Where it says main hot kitchen, for example, from the man walking in the corridor to the main hot kitchen, none of that currently exists.
Well, we can see from that how that aligns with the north wall of each section.
Yeah.
And I think if you go to the baseline at CD 82, and it will be fairly apparent from that.
Yeah.
So in terms of these drawings, what does it seem to indicate the extent of the works towards that northern boundary? Which scheme goes closer, the trusts or the Scheme 1?
Scheme 1 gets closer.
And what implications does that have from a structural engineering perspective?
Well, it means that the drawing, the proposed section EE that shows the corridor and the north wall in section, the north wall, as far as I can remember, without cross-checking this, doesn't actually go as deep as that, and therefore, certainly the detail I have doesn't show it going as deep as that. And they would have to underpin that north wall, or some form of retention would be required.
Now, Mr. Steele was desperately trying to keep you caged into the any workings that were underneath the Hamilton building. In respect of assessing risk to the Hamilton building arising from the various schemes, what other engineering works that are likely to occur within the site and what risks will be associated with them?
The construction of both wings involves a double-depth basement, and on the east side specifically, they get relatively close to the Hamilton building.
Would that be seen from something like CD 118?
Excuse me. Yes, it does. That one shows Scheme 1, their proposed section AA with a 3 beside it. I'm afraid I don't know why. But what that indicates is the eastern of the two new blocks, and it's their proximity to the lower ground level of the what tends to be known as the East Pavilion, the east end of the building. And you can see there that there's a very deep retaining wall which steps down slightly further to allow lorry access in to the site.
And in engineering terms, what are likely to be the issues that might be involved in constructing those particular aspects?
Well, the most difficult thing is it depends very much on the ground conditions and exactly what the excuse me, what the existing ground is there. It depends where the rock level is. The foundation for the existing east wall, the position of that would be critical, and one of the points made by ARPS in their site report is that the further investigation of footings and levels of foundations would be required, because to create a retaining wall in that position would put the east wall at risk.
And what do you mean at risk?
As has been discussed already, any construction project and specifically any major excavation beside an adjacent building could destabilise the foundations of that building. It would depend exactly what level the foundations were at and what they were founded on. But if there was rock there, for example, we have all the issues that both we and ARPS have raised about rock removal. If there's no rock there, then it's even more difficult.
And has there any evidence before the inquiry that there's that level of certainty at the current time related to that?
Sorry, I missed that.
Is there any information before the inquiry about the level of certainty about that?
No, there's a degree of uncertainty about it.
Now, in terms of approach, could I ask you to have CD 23 available, please?
Thank you. Yes, I have that.
Now, if we go to page 30 of that,
yes.
and we're talking 6.31, do we see there, was that the reference to the volumes that might be of rock extraction that might be required by the hotel proposals?
Yes, that's right. And those are the numbers I referred to, but although I have to admit that I was doing a bit of double accounting in my head, and I was working out the weight of it as well as the volume of it. 30,000 cubic metres would weigh about 60,000 tonnes.
Thank you. In the context of that, do we see that that appears to be an acceptance that the service tunnel appears to be primarily having to be constructed from rock, and that be consistent in relation to the level of rock head that to the north of the site?
Yes.
Certain questions were put to you about the depth of rock extraction. Do we see there further down that beneath the west wing locality resulting in up to 8 metres depth of excavation into igneous bedrock? Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
So insofar as depth is concerned, the hotel proposals win?
Yes, they're definitely deeper than the school.
And in terms of the proximity to buildings, would it also be relevant that this rock extraction also takes place to Grade A listed retaining walls and boundary walls? Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
If we go over the page, do we see at paragraph 6.32 a discussion on the potential risks that might be posed by the depth of these particular excavations?
Yes.
And insofar as the proximity of the boundary walls and the north retaining wall and, for example, the Hamilton building would come within the distances of these deep excavations, wouldn't they?
They will, yes.
Yeah.
As will the tunnels.
Indeed.
Essentially.
And do we see there at paragraph 6.35 regarding the retaining walls, and we might add in other walls as well, do we see an approach which is being advocated by the appellants advises in relation to possible ways of mitigating that risk?
Yes, they're indicating that the excuse me, appropriate methodologies will have to be devised because they need to consider the risks involved. They also elsewhere refer to the fact that further investigation will be required to get the depth of the foundations of these walls.
So is that a position that's known or unknown at this time?
Yes.
I think yes isn't an
Sorry.
answer.
So I think that's, that's the first leading question that's failed.
I thought you said that this would be ordinary. Sorry, say that again. Ask your
No,
question
I was just saying, to what extent is this known at this stage?
Well, no, there's a fair bit that's not known at this stage.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then with 6.7, there's going on to additional ground investigations that they're proposing. Now, there's rock permeability, retaining Royal High School and retaining hand pits. So we seem to be doing pits and foundation examinations both under and all over the site, as that seems to be the risk that might be posed.
Absolutely, and this goes back to a comment I was trying to make earlier, that full investigation is required before you make alterations to a building of this sort. And neither the ARPS team or our team have done what we would consider a full investigation.
Well, let's just find out what ARP have done. Additional probing. What do they say over the page?
Well, they're suggesting additional rotary bore probing to understand the level of bedrock, which were not possible to access during the recent investigations. A slight English error there. But so in other words, there are areas where they want to confirm exactly what the condition of the rock is and what level it's at.
So before we go on, I just want to understand, what would you see as the steps that need to be taken in order to move from the current position of knowledge relative to the Royal High School site for either the trust scheme or indeed either a hotel scheme? What further work needs to be done? And perhaps you could advise your approach to doing so and what the consequence of that would be.
In the general, first of all,
Yep.
that any building of this sort, you really have to do an in-depth study of the building, which includes opening up areas of the building. We always recommend to clients that they spend more time and money on the opening up to find out exactly what they have as a building prior to fixing the structural solutions and indeed some of the architectural solutions. So the substantial amount of investigation would be required to determine the exact nature of the existing fabric and its condition. Part of that would be to determine exactly where the foundations are and what they're founded on. Now, in this building, we are of the opinion, from a variety of sources, that the vast majority of the building is founded on rock. It would appear that Hamilton created a rock shelf to build the building on. There is some doubt about the front access doorways to the portico, not the portico itself, but the access doorways off the street, where there is the possibility that he actually cut a corner a little bit and built off fill material. It's because there is a modest amount of movement there. That sort of thing would have to be determined exactly by opening up the structure and by digging trial pits to determine exactly the construction of the foundations, what they are founded on. And in the case of retaining walls, that would include probably coring through the wall to determine the thickness of the wall and the backing material behind the wall. So a substantial amount of investigation.
Yeah. And once that's ascertained, what further thought would then be given to a detailed design of both temporary works and the final engineering?
Well, it's rather obvious from my point of view, but a great deal of care has to be taken about the final construction. The permanent works have to be capable of transferring the existing building loads in areas where you're altering them back to the ground. And in the case where we were talking about the portico at some length earlier with Mr. Steele, the concept of having four supports, three openings, rather than one large opening, is to ensure that we spread the load of that portico above the new opening back round to the existing foundations and the existing bearing. This will put us back in a position where there should be very little difference, and therefore no reason to believe that there'd be a problem with Network Rail and their tunnels. The critical thing is the management and the control of risk. So in a situation like this, in a building of this sort, it's absolutely imperative that the temporary works are considered in depth, that they are agreed with the contractor beforehand, normally coming from the contractor, because he was the one who takes responsibility for the temporary works. During the construction, extreme control is taken to maintain the building in its position, as it were. We were talking earlier about potential movement. This is monitored very accurately, and the most critical part is the transference from temporary works to permanent works, because that's the point where errors can happen, and at that point it is possible to pre-deflect, pre-load, if you like, the new structure to carry the permanent loadings in a way that there should be no movement at all in the building, or movement of a measurable level within the existing building.
And insofar as the specification of temporary works is concerned, does that derive from the detailed works that the detailed studies that you've undertaken to evaluate the?
Absolutely, because you need to understand what it is you're holding up, literally.
And equally, once you get to the position of having undertaken your works and you're into the final works, i.e. you release your temporary works and allow the new engineering structure to do its stuff, could you tell me, just take the portico position, if the construction were to proceed and the temporary works were successful and your engineering solution was delivered, and it was successful, would the resulting foundations be as robust as the original or not?
Yes, they should be stronger than the original, yes.
How do you mean stronger?
We would limit the loading onto the existing ground. It would depend on whether we're on rock or fill, but we think we're on rock. So we would take cognizance of the capacity of the rock. Whereas at the time that this was constructed, they just built off the rock. They wouldn't have known exactly what the bearing capacity of the rock would have been.
Now, insofar as your professional experience is concerned, you were asked a lot of questions about risk. Can I understand what your position is, particularly we'll focus at this stage on the trust proposals relative to the works to create the foyer. If we focus on that, and I want to understand your professional opinion on the ability to execute those works in a manner that would be appropriate, and your professional judgment on that, please.
In my professional judgment, the works are possible and that they can be carried out taking due cognizance of any risk factors involved in a manner which will allow the works to be conducted and completed successfully without any damage to the building. The problem is that as an engineer, there is no such thing as zero as such. But we would be aiming for there to be absolute minimal movement in the existing structure. And these things are monitored, and we can monitor a building to a level of movement that would be impossible to discern without instrumentation.
And insofar as you have experience, do you have experience in undertaking works of a similar nature to this, in a similar nature of building?
Yes, we do.
And how did those go?
Well, it went very well. The most obvious one, because it's been used both by us and by Arabs, in fact, to demonstrate the works involved, was the Royal Museum, where we monitored the front elevation all the way through the works. We were creating 2 large openings, and there was no significant movement whatsoever.
Thank you. Rock blasting. Could we go to CD 332, please?
Yes, I have that.
Now, if we look here, we've got a letter from a named individual at ARPA, Dr. Jeremy Grant, who is writing to the City of Edinburgh Council. No doubt it appears in relation to correspondence that they've had and clarification sought. in relation to the second paragraph, it sets out what they propose to do relating to foundations where excavations are needed alongside. Do we see that? So that's a clear indication that they will need to do works alongside existing foundations, yes?
That's correct, yes.
And then they describe how it's going to be undertaken. This will typically consist of a cross-pinning foundation and rock beneath, using stainless steel bars grouted into position. Do we see that?
Yes.
It then proceeds to say this will provide a strengthened, open brackets, rock underpinned, close bracket foundation alongside which the new excavation can proceed.
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Do you doubt any of that?
No, I think what they're proposing, I suspect this is specifically along the north elevation that we were talking to earlier. The concern would be that the rock immediately under the existing foundations, because they were excavating against it, would crumble or shatter in some form. And because they do refer elsewhere to the rock being heavily cracked, this would be a perfectly reasonable way of stabilising the rock. It's effectively stitching the rock together underneath against the wall.
And obviously a second issue that's been raised is how they're going to get the rock out. And they identify that where access is limited within the existing Hamilton building, and we've seen the area of red, it's currently envisaged that rock removal will work forward on a face of rock, which will be carefully removed through hand tool or restricted access plant breakthrough techniques. Now,
exactly.
Is that what you were talking about with the things that were somewhat bigger than the Black & Decker drill, but were capable of undertaking this type of work?
Yes, that's right. Restricted access machinery.
Could this also include local saw cutting of rock faces?
Absolutely, yes.
And then it goes on to subsequent to say where the rock mass is further away from existing foundations and access is suitable, local rock removal of a rock face through drilling and chemical splitting may be possible. Do you see that?
Correct, yes.
Is that any different to what you have described as likely to happen underneath the Hamilton building?
Well, no, it's very, very similar to what we described, in fact.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you go to CD 168, please.
Yes, I've got that.
Do you see there that CD 168 includes B6, a further indicative rock removal strategy?
Sorry, I've got 186 here.
168.
Yep, it's in this folder. It's a standalone document.
It should be at the back of it, I suspect.
Yes, I have that.
This is a revised version of the a document that was previously submitted, I think, with the first application. It appears to be dated 5th November 2015, and therefore, if you look at Rev A, so it's probably an updated version of a document. Have you got the rock strategy dated the 5th November?
Which appendix is it, sir?
168 should be B6.
B6. Yes, I have it here.
An appropriate date, I suspect, for rock blasting, but we're not proposing that, are we?
No.
Insofar as the hotel proposals are concerned, it would be fair to say that some of the excavations, perhaps in the middle of the playground to the east, would be some distance from receptors, whereby they might consider blasting to be a potential possibility.
It would be a potential option, but they would still have to consider the there's all sorts of rules to do with blasting, about flying rock, etc., for obvious reasons. But also the vibrations that can be caused by it. If the rock is such, it could transfer vibrations quite well, so that could potentially damage the existing building or even the tunnels further down.
And again, in terms of the proposal, we've got a proposal for chemical rock breaking as well underneath, and we see the use of non-X system, non-explosive rapid gas agent. Do we see that?
Yes.
And at the bottom of the page, they've got examples of both techniques and their application as city centre and historic environments can be provided.
Yes.
So it would appear that the concept of taking substantial rock away is something which has been undertaken elsewhere, both in an urban and historic environment.
Yes.
In terms of the recommendations and the conclusion, there is a specific proposed way forward.
Yes.
And do you take any disagreement with that approach?
No, in fact, again, I would refer to the document that was provided for our scheme. These are relative, they're not perhaps not obvious, but they're relatively obvious to the engineering community that you would have to do these sort of things.
You were asked a number of questions about having not done a final design of the northern drainage. Do you recall at the outset of your cross-examination? Yes. Would it be normal at this stage of a planning application set of drawings to have a finalised scheme for something like that?
No, it would normally would be considered, but without a determination of the extent of the issue, it's not something that you would have a final scheme for.
And is the scope within the design to accommodate options relating to drainage?
Yes, there are.
The next document I'm going to ask you to look at is CD 714.
Yes, I have it in front of me.
In relation to the top section, so we see that's through the teaching block, and on its northern face, or the northern element of the section, do we see the cut for the chiller unit?
Yes, sorry, I do see that, yes.
Yeah. And does it appear to be slightly off the wall as far as the retaining wall is concerned?
Yes.
Do you see any difficulty from an engineering perspective in providing this?
None at all, no.
Okay.
You will actually be reducing some of the load onto the retaining wall.
Okay, a benefit. Just in terms of why would it be located there?
It's to get maximum airflow across the chillers, because the idea is to cool the liquid that's taken to the chillers. It's like the back of a refrigerator.
And is it therefore best kept away from residential properties?
Yes, because there can be noise involved.
Yeah, thank you. No, thank you very much. So that concludes examination, Chief.
Thank you very much. I assume now we're going to stop now for the day. So thank you so far. Anything to say before we go? Any progress on...
So the only thing to update you about, I think we are in difficulties bringing forward any relevant economic witnesses tomorrow. So that I think the only witness that's available tomorrow is Mr. Welsh. Whether he'll take the whole day or not, I would doubt. But I'm afraid at the moment we've drawn a blank in trying to summon up our economic witnesses from down south in time. One will arrive, I think, at 1:45 or 2 o'clock, but by the time they get here, I think that's too late to be sensible.
I think it matters not, provided we're fairly confident that we can deal with them as originally scheduled, and we'll be through in the week. I think that, from what everyone has said, that seems
unless
likely.
anybody's going to have a lengthy cross-examination, which I would hope they won't, we really should do.
Oh, we were kind of hoping that they would have thought about it and not be duplicating any cross-examination so that we could deal with it more efficiently. But it's worked well, fairly well so far. So. Not 4 days, though, like Mr. Wright. Anything else from anyone? Okay, 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.